Beefing up over the months and years as this war has gone on. And they have dangled the idea of a potential restart of nuclear talks with the United States. Those are some of the key points in terms of if you had to rank what you think, 1 to 4 there of what Vladimir Putin wants, how would you put it?
Well, it's an interesting list, right? Because getting back to the premise of this pursuing peace, we don't see any reference to stopping the actual attacks, right? And the killing of civilians. So that doesn't seem to rank anywhere in these 4. No NATO, the number 2 on the list of 4 that was put up there, that's been the longstanding desire of Russia, is that Ukraine not be allowed to join NATO. And that gets back again to some of the earlier callers' questions, or how did we get here? A lot of this does get back to that post-1991, post-Soviet Union period when Ukraine lost its nuclear capabilities. It was going to get security guarantees from the West. And now we're in a situation where Russia was able to invade it. And ostensibly Russia's claim to being, well, you're bringing NATO too close to Russia's border if, you're going to raise discussions of Ukraine being a part of NATO. But I think, again, looking at these 4 that you mentioned, I would assume that maybe paramount in President Putin's mind is, 1, the territory, if he can get a concession.
Hi there. Well, we hope for peace, and I think Trump is a peacemaker. He's done it before. He's super smart when it comes to everything. Now he has some years of experience from sitting in the White House, which is great. And I think he can do it, but it's up to Putin, really. And I think Putin is ready, and he is not really favor of peace because he doesn't really care about how many North Koreans he throws into this war. But for the world peace, we need to have peace there. I mean, Trump created low inflation, secure the border, make peace with so many small conflicts in the world. And I disagree with your former guest before, Jennifer. He said it's not good to meet Putin like this. Why? I mean, we need to try to get peace every way we can. I mean, we have to try that. And Democrats, I don't think they like that Trump will get credit if there's a successful meeting here, because Democrats have pushed the Russian hoax. And now we are just seeing how Democrats in different cities trying to destroy the cities with open borders and homelessness in the streets and crime everywhere. I mean, I caught an arsonist in L.A. The police let him go.
Robert,
so this is how the cities are working now. And I think Republicans are better all the way around. They're creating peace in the cities, too.
Robert, got your point. That's Robert in California. Jennifer Wistrand, we were just talking about the expectations for today's meeting. Now that Air Force One's on the ground, pool reports coming in about what the president and his aides are saying about today. This is Meredith McGraw from Politico just a few minutes ago saying the previously planned one-on-one meeting between President Trump and President Putin is now going to be a 3-on-3 meeting. President Trump will be joined by Secretary of State Marco Rubio and Special Envoy Steve Witkoff. So already some changes to the schedule that we had originally expected. By the way, the photo or the video that viewers are seeing on their screen, President Vladimir Putin's plane coming in to Anchorage and getting ready to land. The 3-on-3 versus the 1-on-1, does that change things in your mind?
I'm not sure. I'm really not sure. Special Envoy Witkoff has been the Special Envoy for the Middle East. And again, mentioned a little bit briefly that the U.S. had held meetings with Russia back in February, I believe, in Saudi Arabia. And Witkoff, I believe, was in attendance. So it'll remain to be seen. Also, given, Secretary of State Rubio being there, is it going to be comparable people on the Russian side? So are we going to see Sergei Lavrov, who would be the foreign minister, and then will we see a special envoy on their side? Or again, are they going to introduce, finance economics? It's not clear how that's going to change the calculus.
The politics here or the optics, there was so much focus on, and I'm thinking Helsinki in 2018, on President Trump meeting alone with Vladimir Putin. And there's certainly been plenty of reporting about the history of their relationship. Can you just go back and remind viewers about that moment? We're not going to see now, according to reporting, a one-on-one closed-door meeting between the two presidents.
Yeah, that's an excellent point to raise. So in a lot of presumably viewers' minds, they'll think back on that summit in 2018 in Helsinki between President Putin and President Trump. And there were a number of criticisms out of that, one of which was, as you said, meetings where there weren't any other people in the room, and that was relying actually in that case just on the Russian interpreter. And so saying it's actually better if you have other people in the room who can help guide or direct the conversation. Also, criticism that came out of that summit, the Helsinki 2018 summit, is that at the time, there was a lot of discussion going on about Russian involvement, interference in the 2016 U.S. presidential election, specifically in the Hillary Clinton campaign. And Trump was criticized on both sides of the aisle for stating, in the context of that summit, basically coming down as appearing to side more with President Putin and the Russian perspective, that in fact there had not been meddling, that was only, it's Russian propaganda. And President Trump did retract or backtrack on his statements in the following days, saying that, he shouldn't have questioned U.S. intelligence reporting. But you're right to raise this. It's very possible that he was advised in advance of the summit. Even if you want to have a one-on-one meeting, it's better if there are a couple other people in the room on both sides.
Now that President Putin's plane is on the ground, can you talk through him being on the ground in the United States and the significance of that? And how he can do that. I know it was 2023, I believe, where the International Criminal Court issued an arrest warrant for Vladimir Putin for war crimes, I believe was what they originally called it. So how can he be on the ground in the United States and traveling freely? Has that been part of the negotiations leading to today's meeting? He's going to be on a military base in the United States.
Yeah, it's highly significant. You're right. In terms of President Putin traveling to the United States, my understanding is it's been about a decade since he met with U.S. officials, again, on the margins of the annual UN Assembly meeting in New York. And so to be traveling to the U.S. for a one-on-one meeting with the U.S. president at a base, obviously, I presume part of, as we talked about earlier, the historical significance of it being in Alaska, but also being on a base is significant from a security perspective. But you're right. Since 2023, the International Criminal Court has issued, or at that time issued, an arrest warrant for President Putin because of a number of reasons, but specifically what was in the press quite a bit was his illegal deportation of Ukrainian children from Ukraine, either to Belarus or to Russia. And because of that, again, his mobility, specifically to Western countries, has been highly restricted in the previous years. So the fact that he is now traveling freely to the U.S. is significant.
We're waiting for President Trump to step off of Air Force One. President Putin's plane now on the ground as well in Anchorage. There's an arrival ceremony expected sometime in the next 15 or 20 minutes. We're showing you live pictures from Anchorage. And we are taking your phone calls throughout this afternoon on this highly significant meeting between President Trump and Vladimir Putin. This is Roy in Wheatland, Missouri. Democrat, Roy, what are you expecting from today's meeting?
Hello, thank you for taking my call, and I just enjoy your program, and C-SPAN's right up there, and it's a really good deal.
Treaty meeting, hashing out.
The guest you had on in the previous segment raised this, but I think it's important to re-mention. I mean, Russia illegally invaded Georgia back in 2008, and then it, illegally annexed Crimea in 2014, and then the full-scale invasion of Ukraine in 2022, and all with the ostensible purposes of acquiring land, among other things. Russia currently occupies about 20% of Georgia, currently occupies about 18% of Ukraine. So getting back to the caller's point, again, it is important for the U.S. and the other Western countries to say, no, going back to post-World War II, we respect international borders, we respect countries' rights to maintain the sovereignty over their state.
And let me show viewers some of the live pictures coming from Anchorage, Alaska. So we had said earlier that we thought the Russian president was on the ground. Actually, that was a second American plane that was landing. This is the plane carrying Russian President Vladimir Putin. So he's just getting ready to land. You can see wheels coming down from his aircraft and getting ready to land. So it'll be a few minutes until the arrival ceremony, and the two men are expected to walk out down that red carpet together. So we will keep showing you those live pictures and keep taking your calls. This is Aryan out of Illinois Independent. Aryan, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm 18 years old. I was in 5th grade when Donald Trump was first elected. He's kind of been the main figure in politics for me. And it's kind of interesting to see his words, his demeanor play out in my life. I'm really inspired by Dr. Ron Paul's message of just ending this idea of forever wars. And I don't know if I can speak on behalf of all of Gen Z, but, this idea of, Trump's idea of his own ego, I respect, deals like Azerbaijan and Armenia, but this idea of just constantly funding these wars doesn't make sense to me. I grew up in a generation where all we're doing is looking at social media. We're seeing horrific images, whether it's from Gaza or Ukraine or, name your atrocity. And, we're worried about things like Social Security, tariffs, retirement. Already we have to think about these things. I know so many people out there who are just sick and tired and worried. So my only concern here is Trump going to be the person who he says he is? Is he going to really, put his foot down and listen to what the American people have to say? I know so many people who have voted for President Trump and now are beginning to regret their choices. But long story short, just as someone a part of Gen Z, this is not normalcy. And I'm always surprised when I hear about older generations like you guys yourselves talk about, hey, we used to live in a time where, a tweet wasn't the main source of information. People sat down at a dinner table, people sat together and talked about their differences. And, this idea of hyper-partisan politics is something that just frustrates me more than anything.
Aaron, before you go, you talk about sitting down at a dinner table and discussing differences. So what do you think of this face-to-face meeting today, sitting down? It'll be a 3-on-3 meeting and not the one-on-one that we are expected. But is this a positive development?
I hope so. I hope it's just not a PR stunt. I'm also an Indian American, and this idea of Donald Trump putting in his fingers into foreign affairs and whether or not he has the final say is kind of something up in the air. I think Putin does fear him in the sense where Donald Trump is an unpredictable person. And from a foreign affairs standpoint, that may or may not be good. If you want an immediate ceasefire, I think the logical step would be for obviously Zelensky to give up occupied territory. I know he really doesn't want to do that. But, I guess from a Gen Z perspective, if Donald Trump is listening to us, we just, at the very maximum, humanitarian aid is the only thing we would allow. Yeah.
That's Arian out of Illinois, and you're seeing live photos from Anchorage, Alaska, at Elmendorf-Richardson Air Base. It's on the north side of Anchorage, and President Putin's plane is pulling in. The caller talked about among his comments, the money that has been spent here. Some numbers on that: the United States aid to Ukraine in various forms, totaling just under $200 billion. It started right after the war began in March of 2022, the first sort of tranche of money, $14 billion going to Ukraine, and has continued steadily. It picked up toward the end of the Biden administration, some $81 billion or so in the final 8 months of the Biden administration. A chart from the Council on Foreign Relations showing the United States spending it's starting to be matched by the EU institutions and the spending. But can you just talk through the spending and how that's changed under Donald Trump?
Sure, and just I want to underscore what you said too. Great comments by the caller. So someone, a young person calling in and obviously tracking all these issues from a economic to a humanitarian and otherwise. So. And I think he was specifically underscoring, his generation being concerned about the U.S. spending money elsewhere and perhaps not in the United States on Social Security and other things. So wise comments that he was making. In terms of the amounts that have been spent, you're right. There's been, I believe, 5 bills that have been specifically focused on the Ukraine war. The number I've seen a lot is $175 billion that the U.S. has committed in spending to it. U.S. has given significant amount, but the European nations, if you put them collectively, have also as well. And it's difficult to disentangle spending. You can look at, NATO contributions. You can look at individual countries. Like I said, you can look at the European nations collectively as a Europe. But the U.S. has committed quite a bit more so than it has to almost any other conflict, I believe, in the last 50 years.
And then how that's changed under Donald Trump in terms of how the money is eventually getting to Ukraine, or at least the material that is eventually getting to Ukraine.
Right. Excellent. Thank you for reminding me of the other half of your question. Right. Prior to the second administration of Donald Trump, under the previous President Biden, it was more money was allocated. Under President Trump, there's been more of a push to say that there needs to be some kind of agreement. So if you go back to February, you had the agreement with Ukraine, the minerals deal, right? Saying that if the U.S. is going to continue to fund Ukraine in the financial, military, and humanitarian ways, which has been the breakdown, that Ukraine should in return do something for the United States, granting it access to these critical minerals or rare earth minerals. There's also been push to say that some of this should be loans, not just straight out aid. So it's been a different approach to helping Ukraine than was under the previous administration.
A side-by-side shot now of Air Force One and then Russian President Vladimir Putin's jet that has just landed and the walkway being set up there. So we're expecting the two presidents to come out here momentarily. We do know that President Trump, along with his aides from the White House, is joined on Air Force One by Mike Dunleavy, the governor of Alaska, by the two Alaskan Republican senators, Lisa Murkowski and Dan Sullivan. So we may see them come down the walkway here. The flags are out and the military escort is lined up. So we're expecting it momentarily, and we'll keep showing you live pictures here on C-SPAN. Stay with us all afternoon as we cover this historic summit, and we take your phone calls and hear from you, asking you what you're expecting from today's meeting. This is Charles in Tampa, Florida, Democrat. Charles, go ahead.
Hi. I'd like to say that I'm 81 years old, and I heard your 18-year-old caller, and I was just so impressed of his grasp of politics, and it makes me feel great for the generations coming. What I did not expect was the stage that Donald Trump has set. These are peace talks, yet he has the stage flanked with 4 fighter So Putin has to walk that red carpet right past the noses of those four fighter jets. It's either over the top or it's masterful. I don't know which. So thank you for taking my call.
Charles, thanks for pointing out that observation.
Yeah, that is a great observation. I second the caller's remarks. I, too, am incredibly impressed by the 18-year-old's comments, but incredibly impressed equally by the 81-year-old's comments. I agree. There's a lot of symbolism we can draw from this, right? I think it was one of the tweets you showed earlier from a representative talking about Alaska being the right place because of military history, but also energy history. And I think that was a good point we didn't bring up earlier, right? Obviously, energy politics figures quite a bit into the conflict between Russia and Ukraine, and then how the West has approached it and the U.S. has approached Russia vis-a-vis sanctions. So I think the caller makes a very good point about having a very pronounced military dimension in the red carpet walkway. Maybe getting back to one of the earlier callers' questions or comments about could this be a pretext for emphasizing the International Criminal Court's warrant that's out for Putin. We don't know, but the caller makes a very good point.
It's F-22 Raptors that are lined up there, and we actually, some of the pool pictures from earlier showed to at least two F-22 Raptors flying over the Air Force base, sort of on patrol, I would assume, ahead of this meeting. So certainly a military presence here in Anchorage at Joint Base Elmendorf-Richardson ahead of these peace talks when it comes to the war in Ukraine. Live photos and live video showing you the Russian president's plane there, and we await sort of the arrival ceremony. It was supposed to take place 3 p.m. Eastern time, so it could be any minute now. We'll keep taking your phone calls. Jake is in Jackson, Mississippi, Republican. Go ahead.
Hey, good afternoon. I wanted to piggyback off of what the previous gentleman just said. I'd like to vote that it was a part of masterclass putting those F-22 Raptors there. What other chance are we going to give to show Putin the other end, firsthand, American firepower, that if he continues this war, his men will see on the battlefield? And for my fellow American from Illinois, he made a great point about partisanship. How many senators have hundreds of years between them experience dealing with Russia, and they could come together to put together a proposal that Trump could take with him to Alaska? Instead, they're sinking back into their aisles of partisanship. I'd really like to see what Russia would want from Ukraine in concessions, especially with land. What's the price point that they're willing to pay? That's my question.
Any thoughts?
Good question in terms of, what does Russia want? I mean, you can look at the big, 30,000-foot picture going back to the late 1990s when President Putin stated that the collapse of the Soviet Union, which took place in December of 1991, was the greatest catastrophe of the 20th century. And that one of his goals throughout his decades-long tenure now as president has been to, in some way, shape, or form, reconstitute the Soviet Union. As I mentioned earlier, he did illegally invade Georgia in 2008. Georgia is a former Soviet republic. He occupies about 20% of that country. The illegal invasion of Ukraine, another former Soviet republic. So he is effectively going into various former Soviet republics. In terms of what will he accept? I mean, we've heard that he will say, allow me to maintain the 18 to 20% I have in southeastern Ukraine, which is parts of 4 provinces there. Again, President Zelensky has unequivocally stated that he will not cede any of Ukraine's territories. So I don't know. It'll be interesting if this does become part of the discussion today. Again, that could change the calculus of this whole discussion. Obviously, President Zelensky would be, rightfully so, very upset if discussion about his country's territory were on the table and he wasn't there.
There's a map in today's Wall Street Journal that talks about the 4 regions that you're talking about: Luhansk, Donetsk, that we've heard about for so long, Zaporizhzhia, am I saying that correctly?
Zaporizhzhia, yeah.
Kherson, and then, of course, Crimea, that has been occupied since 2014. It is Luhansk that's almost 100% occupied by Russia. Donetsk, though, it's more about 76% occupied by Russia. And these are sort of the major four regions that are part of these negotiations, or at least could be a part of negotiations for land swaps. And as you said, President Volodymyr Zelensky of Ukraine saying this shouldn't even be on the table right now. We're awaiting, the doors are open on the Russian president's plane, and we are awaiting the arrival ceremony. We'll keep taking your phone calls. This is Edward out of Aurora, Colorado, independent. Edward, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. How are you? First of all, history. We should take a look at history. I think we should take a look at history as, and I agree with almost all of the callers that have come in. They have spoken about things that our senators and congressmen and women should be thinking about right now. But looking at our history, after World War II, a lot of the land, a lot of the countries were broken up. A lot of things that are troubling our world today came about after World War II. Iran, China, the Soviet Union. A lot of those companies were on the especially Iran was on the move to become a democratic country, and the United States and Great Britain stepped in, if we can look at the history. Now, as far as what's going on in Alaska today, I did some research on President Trump before he became president, and he's not a great politician. He's a great, supposedly, businessman. And as we know, a business is not a democracy. And as far as Putin is concerned, Putin was the leader of the KGB in Russia. Okay, so we have a businessman looking in the eyes of a security or spy. And we all know that a spy can just trump a Trump. Pardon the joke there, I guess. But what I would expect, or what I would like to see today in Alaska, is President Putin to, stop the bombing. And I would like to see President Trump to take a look at not just Russia and Ukraine, but Israel and the Palestinian, with Israel and Iran.
Edward, we'll take your points as President Trump comes walking off Air Force One here. He's the first one off the plane, and we're expecting an arrival ceremony, and we'll, of course, show that to you live as it's happening. In a few moments, it'll be President Putin stepping off his plane. Some background on President Putin as he steps off his plane. President of Russia since 2012, also served from 2000 to 2008 in that role. He was prime minister in between 2008 to 2012, former director of Russia's Federal Security Services and service in the Soviet KGB intelligence service for 16 years. That's his background, the two men walking down their respective red carpets, and we're expecting them to meet at that point between those F-22 Raptors. What did you want to add as we watch these pictures together?
So many. It's just it's a bit of an overwhelming image to be watching, right? The two presidents coming and to be coming on U.S. soil for a summit like this. I'm not sure I can add anything to what you said. I do want to underscore the caller that called in made some really great points, and the point about you have a businessman meeting a former KGB intel officer, and that's an interesting point to make, and it's very apt, right? So you've got different perspectives, maybe getting back at we're not quite sure what we're going to see taking place in this 3-on-3 discussion.
And the 3-on-3, at least from the American side, we know that it's President Trump who's going to be joined by Secretary of State Marco Rubio and Steve Witkoff, the special envoy, who would be your expectation for the other two that would be joining Vladimir Putin? I would assume
Sergei Lavrov, his foreign minister, so would be the counterpart to our Secretary of State, Marco Rubio. I think it'll be interesting to see who the other person is. Is it a close aide, or is it, again, one of the finance minister, defense minister?
As we watch these pictures, who sets up these meetings? How do they happen as we see the handshake now between President Trump and Vladimir Putin and the military coming to salute there? How did these conferences come together?
It's a great question. Generally, if there are months in the planning, and you'd have a lot of people involved. So, for example, if it's in a third-party state, for example, the Helsinki meeting of 2018, you would have had the U.S. ambassador actively involved. In this case, I think it was interesting you mentioned that also on board, I believe you said on board the plane, was the governor of Alaska and the two Alaska senators. So I presume Alaska was very much involved in how this would take place. But you would have, high level, certainly ambassadors for the respective countries would be involved in the planning.
The pictures coming in live from Anchorage, Alaska. It's 54 degrees Fahrenheit on the ground. It looks to be a little overcast there, as we saw as the planes were coming in, and here stepping up on the stage, President Trump and Vladimir Putin for their photo opportunity. This is the greeting that's happened. We'll try to listen in for a moment to hear what it sounds like there out on the tarmac.
What's your message to Vladimir Putin? Mr. Putin, did you underestimate Ukraine? President Putin, will you stop killing civilians? President Putin, how can the U.S. trust your word? Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Let's go. Come on, guys.
Press corps there shouting questions, mostly to Vladimir Putin, and the one that came through clearly, President Putin, will you stop killing civilians? The two men headed to their briefing were expected in about a half an hour. They call it a pool photo opportunity. That could be a point where President Trump talks to the press. He likes to do that. He may even take a few questions. You see, they did not there at this arrival ceremony, just sort of a brief photo op and then into their cars to the place where they're going to be meeting. It's all happening there on the base, though. It's not a long drive. Taking your phone calls, want to get your reaction to this moment, the first time in 6 years that President Trump and Vladimir Putin meeting, and they are meeting on U.S. soil at a joint U.S. military base. This is Joseph in Fort Wayne, Indiana, Independent. Go ahead.
Hi, I appreciate y'all having me on, and it's been a pleasure listening to all the other callers. I guess I just have two statements in regards to this meeting. Is one, I would really hope that there would be a reinforcement for a peace in Ukraine. I would really like there to be a reassertment of the sort of democratic order that sort of existed since the end of World War II. I know there's a lot of challenges with that, and it's not just Ukraine. In my personal view, though, I do see the invasion of Ukraine as a direct challenge to the global democratic order, which has kind of kept the peace since the end of the last World War. And, second of all, and it's kind of hard for me to say this because I feel like that I'm taking the attention away from Ukraine, is I'm hoping that there can be some segue into some serious conversations about reinforcing and expanding arms control. I know a lot of those treaties have expired, and I know that also technology has changed since those treaties were created. I hope that we can, that us and the Russians can start discussing that again and start taking it seriously.
Jennifer Winstrand.
No, great comments by the caller. His first point about, reasserting the democratic order that we've had since the post-World War II period. And he's right. That's come up a lot over the past 3 years, right? Part of the big push in that post-1945 to 1950 when all of these UN agencies were created and other agencies, and this idea that we need to have liberal here in the lowercase l, institutions that can be checks on one another so we don't have countries unequivocal, just invading one another. And so I think he's right to emphasize that should be on discussion. Also right, I think the arms control, that's been brought up, that could be one of the points that either President Trump or President Putin raised. Obviously, periodically over the past 3 years, President Putin has used the fact that he does have nuclear capabilities and other capabilities, kind of wave that in the face of people and use that as a threat, whereas if it is a country that wasn't nuclear armed, that wouldn't be a comparable threat. So I think, again, the caller makes two very good points of things that hopefully will get discussed.
President Trump and President Putin are on their way to their bilateral meeting. It's
as a whole, if by the
there are certain things that aren't going to happen. But, along with Europe, there's a possibility of that.
Mr. President, the number of business people that President Putin is bringing along, is that something that you want to discuss with President Putin at this meeting?
If we make progress, I would discuss it, because that's one of the things that they would like. They'd like to get a piece of what I built in terms of the economy. Just so you know, we were a dead country with our economy. He wouldn't be interested. He wouldn't have been interested a year ago with the Biden economy. But he is interested in the Trump economy because wait till you see when those factories start opening up. We have hundreds of factories all over the country, and that includes auto factories, AI factories, and every other. They're all coming in because they want to beat the tariffs. Because if they open here, they don't have to pay tariffs. If they don't open here, they have to pay, in some cases, 200%, 300%. I haven't even set some of the tariffs yet. I'll be setting tariffs next week and the week after on steel and on, I would say, chips. Chips and semiconductors we'll be setting sometime next week, week after.
What are you looking at? What rate?
I'm going to have a rate that is going to be lower at the beginning. Then that gives them a chance to come in and build. And very high after a certain period of time. And if they don't build here, they have to pay a very high tariff, which doesn't work, so they'll come and build.
Mr. President, hi. You had said earlier...
Is she over there? Isn't he a gentleman?
He's helping me out.
He's a very nice... He's one of the few nice ones, actually.
You had said earlier this week that Putin would face severe consequences if you get the sense from him that he's not interested. What do you mean by that?
Economically severe. Yes, it will be very severe. I'm not doing this for my health, okay? I don't need it. I'd like to focus on our country, but I'm doing this to save a lot of lives. Yeah, very severe. Thank you very much, everybody.
That was President Trump earlier today aboard Air Force One on his way to Anchorage for today's summit. He flew 3,376 miles from Washington, D.C. to just north of Anchorage, Alaska, to the joint base there for today's summit. President Putin flew 4,343 miles from Moscow to make it to today's summit. He also spoke about the summit briefly before leaving the Kremlin. This is President Putin from yesterday.
To tell you about the stage we are at with the current American administration, which, as everyone knows, is making, in my opinion, quite energetic and sincere efforts to stop the hostilities, stop the crisis, and reach agreements that are of interest to all parties involved in this conflict in order to create long-term conditions for peace between our countries and in Europe and in the world as a whole. If by the next stages we reach agreements in the area of control over strategic offensive weapons.
President Vladimir Putin, again, his comments before leaving for today's meeting. We are taking your comments, allowing you to join this conversation as we all watch together. You can join the conversation throughout on phone lines for Democrats, Republicans, and Independents. Republicans, it's 202-748-8920. Democrats, 202-748-8921. Independents, 202-748-8922. And we will look for your text messages as well. That number, if you want to text us, 202-748-8903. We'll hear from Chase, Allentown, Pennsylvania, Republican. Chase, good afternoon.
Hey, good afternoon. How you guys doing?
Doing well. What are your thoughts so far on this summit?
Well, I mean, first off, this is really the first time that I've ever, paid so much attention to politics. And
this call will be recorded.
Can you guys still hear me?
Yeah, Chase, I guess you're recording the call, but go ahead.
Oh, my bad. Yeah, no. I don't really know what to say, really, but yeah, the war's just been going on for.
Eyes focused on it and see from the Russian side is that Russia will go ceasefire agreement.
Спасибо большое. Thank you so much. Мы можем начать работать, как я понимаю. Shall we start working, I guess? Уважаемый господин президент, distinguished Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, переговоры с президентом Соединенных Штатов, negotiations with the President of the United States, Donald Trump, took place in a frank and business-like atmosphere. I think we can call it a success and a very fruitful round of negotiations. We carefully analyzed the current status, the present and the future of the Russia-United States relationship, key issues of the global agenda. It's quite clear to everyone that the bilateral relationship are going through a complicated stage, and yet those impediments, the current tension, the tense atmosphere, essentially have no solid reason behind it. The Cold War is a thing of past. The era of acute ideological confrontation of the two countries is a thing of remote past, is a vestige of the past. The situation in the world changed dramatically. Today, both Russia and the United States face a whole new set of challenges. Those include a dangerous maladjustment of mechanisms for maintaining international security and stability, regional crises, the creeping threats of terrorism and transnational crime. It's the snowballing problems in the economy, environmental risks, and other sets of challenges. We can only cope with these challenges if we join the ranks and work together. Hopefully, we will reach this understanding with our American partners. Today's negotiations reflected our joint wish with President Trump to redress this negative situation in the bilateral relationship, outline the first steps for improving this relationship to restore the acceptable level of trust and going back to the previous level of interaction on all mutual interest issues. As major nuclear powers, we bear special responsibility for maintaining international security. And vital, and we mentioned this during the negotiations, it's crucial that we fine-tune the dialogue on strategic stability and global security and non-proliferation of weapons of mass destruction. We submitted our American colleagues a note with a number of specific suggestions. We believe it necessary to work together further on to interact on the disarmament agenda, military and technical cooperation. This includes the extension of the strategic offensive arms limitation treaty. It's the dangerous situation with the global American anti-missile defense system. It's the implementation issues with the INF treaty. And of course, the agenda of non-placement of weapons in space. We favor the continued cooperation in counterterrorism and maintaining cybersecurity. And I'd like to point out specifically that our special services are cooperating quite successfully together. The most recent example is their operational cooperation within the recently concluded World Football Cup. In general, The contacts among the special services should be put to a system-wide basis, should be brought to a systemic framework. I reminded President Trump about the suggestion to re-establish the working group on anti-terrorism. We also mentioned the plethora of regional crises, not always that our postures dovetail exactly, and yet the overlapping and mutual interests abound. We have to look for points of contact and interact closer in a variety of international fora. Clearly, we mentioned the regional crisis, for instance, Syria. As far as Syria is concerned, the task of establishing peace and reconciliation in this country could be the first showcase example of the successful joint work. Russia and the United States apparently can act proactively and assume leadership in this issue and organize the interaction to overcome humanitarian crisis and help Syrian refugees to go back to their homes. In order to accomplish this level of successful cooperation in Syria, we have all the required components. Let me remind you that both Russian and American military acquired a useful experience of coordination of their action, established the operational channels of communication which permitted to avoid dangerous incidents and unintentional collisions in the air and in the ground. Also, crushing terrorists in the southwest of Syria, the south of Syria, should be brought to the full compliance with the Treaty of 1974 about the separation of forces, of Israel and Syria. This will bring peace to Golan Heights and bring more peaceful relationship between Syria and Israel, and also to provide security of the State of Israel. Mr. President paid special attention to the issue during today's negotiations, and I would like to confirm that Russia is interested in this development, and this will act accordingly. Thus far, we will make a step toward creating a lasting peace in compliance with the respective resolutions of the Security Council, for instance, the Resolution 338. We're glad that the Korean Peninsula issue is starting to resolve. To a great extent, it was possible thanks to the personal engagement of President Trump, who opted for dialogue instead of confrontation. We also mentioned our concern about the withdrawal of the United States from the JCPOA. Well, our U.S. counterparts are aware of our posture. Let me remind you that thanks to the Iranian nuclear deal, Iran became the most controlled country in the world. It's submitted to the control of IAEA. It effectively ensures the exclusively peaceful nature of Iranian nuclear program and strengthens the non-proliferation regime. While we discussed the internal Ukrainian crisis, we paid special attention to the bona fide implementation of Minsk agreements by Kiev. At the same time, the United States could be more decisive in nudging the Ukrainian leadership and encourage it to work actively in this. We paid more attention to economic ties and economic cooperation. It's clear that both countries, the businesses of both countries, are interested in this. American delegation was one of the largest delegations on the St. Petersburg Economic Forum. It featured over 500 representatives of American businesses. We agreed, me and President Trump, we agreed to create a high-level working group that would bring together captains of Russian and American business. After all, entrepreneurs and businessmen know better how to articulate this successful business cooperation. We'll let them think and make their proposals and suggestions in this regard. Once again, President Trump mentioned the issue of the so-called interference of Russia in the American elections, and I had to reiterate things I said several times, including during our personal contacts, that the Russian state has never interfered and is not going to interfere into internal American affairs, including election process. Any specific material, if such things arise, we are ready to analyze together. For instance, we can analyze them through the joint working group on cybersecurity, the establishment of which we discussed during our previous contacts. And clearly, it's past time we restore our cooperation in the cultural area, in the humanitarian area. As far as I think you know that recently we hosted the American Congressman delegation, and now it's perceived and portrayed almost as a historic event, although it should have been just a current affairs, just business as usual. And in this regard, we mentioned this proposal to the President. We have to think about the practicalities of our cooperation, but also about the rationale, the underlying logic of it. And we have to engage experts on bilateral relationship who know history and the background of our relationship. The idea is to create an expert council that would include political scientists, prominent diplomats and former military experts on both countries who would look for points of contact between the two countries, that would look for ways on putting the relationship on the trajectory of growth. In general, we are glad with the outcome of our first full-scale meeting, because previously we only had a chance to talk briefly on international fora. We had a good conversation with President Trump, and I hope that we start to understand each other better, and I'm grateful to Donald for it. Clearly, there are some challenges left when we were not able to clear all the backlog, but I think that we made the first important step in this direction. And in conclusion, I want to point out that this atmosphere of cooperation is something that we are especially grateful for to our Finnish hosts. We're grateful for Finnish people and Finnish leadership for what they've done. I know that we've caused some inconvenience to Finland, and we apologize for it. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. I have just concluded a meeting with President Putin on a wide range of critical issues for both of our countries. We had direct, open, deeply productive dialogue. Went very well. Before I begin, I want to thank President Niinistö of Finland for graciously hosting today's summit. President Putin and I were saying how lovely it was and what a great job they did. I also want to congratulate Russia and President Putin for having done such an excellent job in hosting the World Cup. It was really one of the best ever, and your team also did very well. It was a great job. I'm here today to continue the proud tradition of bold American diplomacy. From the earliest days of our republic, American leaders have understood that diplomacy and engagement is preferable to conflict and hostility. A productive dialogue is not only good for the United States and good for Russia, but it is good for the world. The disagreements between our two countries are well known, and President Putin and I discussed them at length today. But if we're going to solve many of the problems facing our world, then we're going to have to find ways to cooperate in pursuit of shared interests. Too often in both recent past and long ago, we have seen the consequences when diplomacy is left on the table. We have also seen the benefits of cooperation. In the last century, our nations fought alongside one another in the Second World War. Even during the tensions of the Cold War, when the world looked much different than it does today, the United States and Russia were able to maintain a strong dialogue. But our relationship has never been worse than it is now. However, that changed as of about 4 hours ago. I really believe that. Nothing would be easier politically than to refuse to meet, to refuse to engage, but that would not accomplish anything. As president, I cannot make decisions on foreign policy in a futile effort to appease partisan critics or the media or Democrats who want to do nothing but resist and obstruct. Constructive dialogue between the United States and Russia affords the opportunity to open new pathways toward peace and stability in our world. I would rather take a political risk in pursuit of peace than to risk peace in pursuit of politics. As president, I will always put what is best for America and what is best for the American people. During today's meeting, I addressed directly with President Putin the issue of Russian interference in our elections. I felt this was a message best delivered in person. Spent a great deal of time talking about it, and President Putin may very well want to address it, and very strongly, because he feels very strongly about it, and he has an interesting idea. We also discussed one of the most critical challenges facing humanity, nuclear proliferation. I provided an update on my meeting last month with Chairman Kim on the denuclearization of North Korea, and after today, I am very sure that President Putin and Russia want very much to end that problem, going to work with us, and I appreciate that commitment. The President and I also discussed the scourge of radical Islamic terrorism. Both Russia and the United States have suffered horrific terrorist attacks, and we have agreed to maintain open communication between our security agencies to protect our citizens from this global menace. Last year, we told Russia about a planned attack in St. Petersburg, and they were able to stop it cold. They found them, they stopped them, there was no doubt about it. I appreciated President Putin's phone call afterwards to thank me. I also emphasized the importance of placing pressure on Iran to halt its nuclear ambitions and to stop its campaign of violence throughout the area, throughout the Middle East. As we discussed at length, the crisis in Syria is a complex one. Cooperation between our two countries has the potential to save hundreds of thousands of lives. I also made clear that the United States will not allow Iran to benefit from our successful campaign against ISIS. We have just about eradicated ISIS in the area. We also agreed that representatives from our national security councils will meet to follow up on all of the issues we addressed today and to continue the progress we have started right here in Helsinki. Today's meeting is only the beginning of a longer process, but we have taken the first steps toward a brighter future, and one with a strong dialogue and a lot of thought. Our expectations are grounded in realism, but our hopes are grounded in America's desire for friendship, cooperation, and peace. And I think I can speak on behalf of Russia when I say that also. President Putin, I want to thank you again for joining me for these important discussions and for advancing open dialogue between Russia and the United States. Our meeting carries on a long tradition of diplomacy between Russia, the United States, for the greater good of all. And this was a very constructive day. This was a very constructive few hours that we spent together. It's in the interest of both of our countries to continue our conversation, and we have agreed to do so. I'm sure we'll be meeting again in the future, often, and hopefully we will solve every one of the problems that we discussed today. So, again, President Putin, thank you very much.
Господа президенты, сейчас журналисты смогут задать по два вопроса.
Now the journalists would have a chance to ask two questions, two sets of questions each. First, the Russian journalist will ask the question. Please give your affiliation. Good afternoon. My name is Alexei Meshkov, Interfax Information Agency. I have a question to President Trump. During your recent European tour, you've mentioned that the implementation of the Nord Stream 2 gas pipeline makes Europe a hostage of Russia, and you suggested that you could free Europe from this by supplying American LNG. But this cold winter actually showed that the current mechanism of supply of fuel to Europe is quite viable. At the same time, as far as I know, US had to buy even Russian gas for Boston. I have a question. The implementation of your idea has a political tinge to it, or is it a practical one? Because there will be a gap formed in the supply and demand mechanism, and first it's the consuming countries who will fall into this gap. And the second question, before the meeting with President Putin, you called him an adversary, a rival, and yet you expressed hope that you will be able to bring this relationship to a new level. Did you manage to do this?
You know, actually, I called him a competitor, and a good competitor he is. And I think the word competitor is a compliment. I think that we will be competing when you talk about the pipeline. I'm not sure necessarily that it's in the best interests of Germany or not, but that was a decision that they made. We'll be competing. As you know, the United States is now, or soon will be, but I think it actually is right now the largest in the oil and gas world. So we're going to be selling LNG, and we'll have to be competing with the pipeline. And I think we'll compete successfully, although there is a little advantage locationally. So I just wish them luck. I mean, I did. I discussed with Angela Merkel in pretty strong tones. But I also know where they're all coming from. And they have a very close source. So we'll see how that all works out. But we have lots of sources now, and the United States is much different than it was a number of years ago when we weren't able to extract what we can extract today. So today we're number one in the world at that, and I think we'll be out there competing very strongly. Thank you very much.
Я позволю себе добавить два слова.
If I may,
мы говорили с господином президентом, в том числе.
We talked to Mr. President, including this subject as well. We are aware of the stance of President Trump, and I think that we, as a major oil and gas power, and the United States is a major oil and gas power as well, we could work together on regulation of international markets, because neither of us is actually interested in the plummeting of the prices, and the consumers will suffer as well, and the consumers in the United States will suffer as well, and the shale gas production will suffer, because beyond a certain price bracket it's no longer profitable to produce gas. But nor we are interested in driving prices up, because it will drain juices, life juices from all other sectors of the economy, from machine building, etc. So we do have space for cooperation here. That's the first thing. Then about the Nord Stream 2. Mr. President voiced his concerns about the possibility of disappearance of transit through Ukraine, and I reassured Mr. President that Russia stands ready to maintain this transit. Moreover, we stand ready to extend this transit contract that is about to expire next year, in case if the dispute between the economic entities will be settled in the Stockholm Arbitration Court.
The first question from a U.S. journalist goes to Jeff Mason from Reuters.
Thank you. Mr. President, you tweeted this morning that it's U.S. foolishness, stupidity, and the Mueller probe that is responsible for the decline in U.S. relations with Russia. Do you hold Russia at all accountable for anything in particular? And if so, what would you consider them that they are responsible for?
Yes, I do. I hold both countries responsible. I think that the United States has been foolish. I think we've all been foolish. We should have had this dialogue a long time ago, a long time, frankly, before I got to office. And I think we're all to blame. I think that the United States now has stepped forward along with Russia, and we're getting together, and we have a chance to do some great things, whether it's nuclear proliferation in terms of stopping, because we have to do it. Ultimately, that's probably the most important thing that we can be working on. But I do feel that we have both made some mistakes. I think that the probe is a disaster for our country. I think it's kept us apart. It's kept us separated. There was no collusion at all. Everybody knows it. People are being brought out to the fore. So far that I know, virtually none of it related to the campaign. And they're going to have to try really hard to find somebody that did relate to the campaign. That was a clean campaign. I beat Hillary Clinton easily. And frankly, we beat her. And I'm not even saying from the standpoint, we won that race. And it's a shame that there can even be a little bit of a cloud over it. People know that, people understand it, but the main thing, and we discussed this also, is zero collusion. And it has had a negative impact upon the relationship of the two largest nuclear powers in the world. We have 90% of nuclear power between the two countries. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous what's going on with the probe.
For President Putin, if I could follow up as well, why should Americans and why should President Trump believe your statement that Russia did not intervene in the 2016 election, given the evidence that U.S. intelligence agencies have provided? And will you consider extraditing the 12 Russian officials that were indicted last week by a U.S. grand jury?
Well, I'm going to let the President answer the second part of that question. But as you know, the whole concept of that came up perhaps a little bit before, but it came out as a reason why the Democrats lost an election, which, frankly, they should have been able to win because the Electoral College is much more advantageous for Democrats, as you know, than it is to Republicans. We won the Electoral College by a lot, 306 to 223, I believe. And that was a well-fought battle. We did a great job. And frankly, I'm going to let the President speak to the second part of your question. But just to say it one time again, and I say it all the time, there was no collusion. I didn't know the President. There was nobody to collude with. There was no collusion with the campaign. And every time you hear all of these, 12 and 14, it's stuff that has nothing to do, and frankly, they admit, these are not people involved in the campaign. But to the average reader out there, they're saying, well, maybe that does. It doesn't. And even the people involved, some perhaps told mis-stories, although in one case the FBI said there was no lie. There was no lie. Somebody else said there was. We ran a brilliant campaign, and that's why I'm president. Thank you.
As to who is to be believed and to who is not to be believed, you can trust no one if you take this. Where did you get this idea that President Trump trusts me or I trust him? He defends the interests of the United States of America, and I do defend the interests of the Russian Federation. We do have interests that are common. We are looking for points of contact. There are issues where our postures diverge, and we are looking for ways to reconcile our differences, how to make our effort more meaningful. We should not recede from the immediate political interests that guide certain political powers in our countries. We should be guided by facts. Could you name a single fact that would definitively prove the collusion? This is utter nonsense. Just like the President recently mentioned, Yes, the public at large in the United States had a certain perceived opinion of the candidates during the campaign, but there's nothing particularly extraordinary about it. That's a usual thing. President Trump, when he was a candidate, he mentioned the need to restore the Russia-U.S. relationship, and it's clear that a certain part of American society felt sympathetic about it, and different people could express their sympathy in different ways. But isn't that natural? Isn't it natural to be sympathetic towards a person who is willing to restore the relationship with our country, who wants to work with us? We heard the accusations about the Concord country. Well, as far as I know, this company hired American lawyers, and the accusations doesn't have a fighting chance in the American courts. So there's no evidence when it comes to the actual facts. So we have to be guided by facts and not by rumors. Now, let's get back to the issue of these 12 alleged intelligence officers of Russia. I don't know the full extent of the situation, but the President Trump mentioned this issue, and I will look into it. So far, I can say the following. The things that, off the top of my head, we have an existing agreement between the United States of America and the Russian Federation, an existing treaty that dates back to 1999, the mutual assistance on criminal cases. This treaty is in full effect. It works quite efficiently. On an average, we initiate about 150 criminal cases upon requests from foreign states. For instance, the last year, there was one extradition case upon the request sent by the United States. So this treaty has specific legal procedures. We can offer that the appropriate commission headed by Special Attorney Mueller, he can use this treaty as a solid foundation and send an official request to us so that we would interrogate, we would hold a questioning of these individuals who he believes are privy to some crimes. And our law enforcement are perfectly able to do this questioning and send the appropriate materials to the United States. Moreover, we can meet you halfway, we can make another step. We can actually permit official representatives of the United States, including the members of this very commission headed by Mr. Mueller. We can let them into the country and they will be present at this questioning. But in this case, there is another condition. This kind of effort should be a mutual one. Then we would expect that the Americans would reciprocate and they would question officials, including the officers of law enforcement and intelligence services of the United States, whom we believe who have something to do with illegal actions on the territory of Russia. And we have to request the presence of our law enforcement. For instance, we can bring up Mr. Browder in this particular case. Business associates of Mr. Browder have earned over $1.5 billion in Russia. They never paid any taxes, neither in Russia nor in the United States. And yet the money escaped the country. They were transferred to the United States. They sent a huge amount of money, $400 million, as a contribution to the campaign of Hillary Clinton. Well, that's their personal case. It might have been legal, the contribution itself, but the way the money was earned was illegal. So we have a solid reason to believe that some intelligence officers accompanied and guided these transactions. So we have an interest of questioning them. But that could be a first step, and we can also extend it. Options abound, and they all can be found in an appropriate
did you want
legal
President
framework.
Trump to win the election, and did you direct any of your officials to help him do that?
Да, я хотел, чтобы он выиграл. Потому что он говорил о нормализации российско-американских отношений.
Bringing the U.S.-Russia relationship back to normal.
Продолжаем. Я думаю, вполне вопросы 3 может задать кто-то из российского пула.
I think there can be three questions from the Russian pool. Russia Today, you have the floor.
Спасибо большое.
Thank you so much.
Добрый вечер. Меня зовут
Good evening to everyone. My name is Ilya Petrenko.
Телеканал RT.
RT TV channel.
For Mr. Trump in English. Mr. President, would you please go into the details of possibly any specific arrangements for the U.S. to work together with Russia in Syria, if any of these kind of arrangements were made today or discussed? И если позволите, Владимир Владимирович, тоже вопрос на русском, поскольку сегодня несколько раз уже затрагивалась тема футбола, я на футбольном языке задам вопрос. Господин Помпео чуть ранее сказал, что когда разговор
Mr. Pompeo mentioned that when we talk about the Syrian cooperation, the ball is in the Syrian court. Mr. Putin, in the Russian court, is it true? And how would you use this fact, the having the ball?
Well, I guess I'll answer the first part of the question. We've worked with Israel long and hard for many years, many decades. I think we've never has anyone, any country been closer than we are. President Putin also is helping Israel, and we both spoke with Bibi Netanyahu, and they would like to do certain things with respect to Syria, having to do with the safety of Israel. So in that respect, we absolutely would like to work in order to help Israel, and Israel will be working with us. So both countries would work jointly. And I think that when you look at all of the progress that's been made in certain sections with the eradication of ISIS, we're about 98%, 99% there, and other things that have taken place that we've done, and that, frankly, Russia has helped us with in certain respects. But I think that working with Israel is a great thing, and creating safety for Israel is something that both President Putin and I would like to see very much. One little thing I might add to that is the helping of people, because you have such horrible, if you see, and I've seen reports and I've seen pictures, I've seen just about everything. And if we can do something to help the people of Syria get back into some form of shelter and on a humanitarian basis, and that's what the word was, really, a humanitarian basis. I think that both of us would be very interested in doing that, and we will do that. Okay? Thank you very much.
Excuse me, but for now, no specific agreements, for instance, between the militaries?
Well, our militaries do get along. In fact, our militaries actually have gotten along probably better than our political leaders for years. But our militaries do get along very well, and they do coordinate in Syria and other places. Okay? Thank you.
Мы говорили, я уже упоминал об этом, о сотрудничестве по гуманитарному направлению.
We mentioned the humanitarian track of this issue. Yesterday, I discussed this with French President Mr. Macron, and we reached an agreement that together with European countries, including France, we will step up this effort. On our behalf, we provide military cargo aircraft to deliver the humanitarian cargo. And today I brought up this issue with President Trump. I think there is plenty of things to look into. The crucial thing here is that a huge amount of refugees are in Turkey, in Lebanon, in Jordan, in the states that border are adjacent to Syria. If we help them, the migratory pressure upon the European states will be decreased manifold. And I believe it's crucial from any point of view, from humanitarian point of view, from the point of view of helping people, helping the refugees. And in general, I agree, I concur with President Trump. Our military cooperate quite successfully together. They do get along, and I hope they will be able to do so in future. We will keep working in the Astana format, I mean Russia, Turkey, and Iran, which I informed President Trump about. But we do stand ready to link these efforts to the so-called small group of states, so that the process would be a broader one, would be a multidimensional one, and so that we will be able to maximize our fighting chance to get the ultimate success in the issue of Syria. And speaking about having the ball in our court in Syria, President Trump has just mentioned that we've successfully concluded the World Football Cup. Speaking of the football, actually, Mr. President, I'll give this ball to you, and now the ball is in your court. All the more that the United States will host the World Cup in 2026.
Thank you. That's right. Thank you very much. We do host it, and we hope we do as good a job. That's very nice. That will go to my son, Barron. We have no question. In fact, Melania, here you go. Okay.
The final question from the United States will go to Jonathan Lemire from the AP.
Thank you. Question for each president. President Trump, you first. Just now, President Putin denied having anything to do with the election interference in 2016. Every U.S. intelligence agency has concluded that Russia did. My first question for you, sir, is who do you believe? My second question is, would you now, with the whole world watching, tell President Putin, would you denounce what happened in 2016, and would you warn him to never do it again?
So let me just say that we have two thoughts. You have groups that are wondering why the FBI never took the server. Why haven't they taken the server? Why was the FBI told to leave the office of the Democratic National Committee? I've been wondering that. I've been asking that for months and months, and I've been tweeting it out and calling it out on social media. Where is the server? I want to know, where is the server, and what is the server saying? With that being said, all I can do is ask the question. My people came to me, Dan Coates came to me, and some others. They said they think it's Russia. I have President Putin. He just said it's not Russia. I will say this. I don't see any reason why it would be, but I really do want to see the server. But I have confidence in both parties. I really believe that this will probably go on for a while, but I don't think it can go on without finding out what happened to the server. What happened to the servers of the Pakistani gentlemen that worked on the DNC? Where are those servers? They're missing. Where are they? What happened to Hillary Clinton's emails? 33,000 emails gone, just gone. I think in Russia they wouldn't be gone so easily. I think it's a disgrace that we can't get Hillary Clinton's 33,000 emails. So I have great confidence in my intelligence people, but I will tell you that President Putin was extremely strong and powerful in his denial today. And what he did is an incredible offer. He offered to have the people working on the case come and work with their investigators with respect to the 12 people. I think that's an incredible offer. Okay? Thank you.
I'd like to add something to this. After all, I was an intelligence officer myself. And I do know how dossiers are made up. Just a second. That's the first thing. Now the second thing. I believe that Russia is a democratic state, and I hope you're not denying this right to your own country. You're not denying that the United States is a democracy. Do you believe the United States is a democracy? And if so, if it is a democratic state, then the final conclusion in this kind of a dispute can only be delivered by a trial, by the court, not by the executive, by the law enforcement. For instance, the Concord company that was brought up is being accused. It's been accused of interference. But this company does not constitute the Russian state. It does not represent the Russian state. And I brought several examples before. Well, you have a lot of individuals in the United States, take George Soros, for instance, with multi-billion capitals. But does that make him his position, his posture, the posture of the United States? No, it does not. But it's the same case. There is the issue of trying a case in the court. And the final say is for the court to deliver. We are now talking about the private, the individuals, and not about particular states. And as far as the most recent allegation is concerned about the Russian intelligence officers, we do have an intergovernmental treaty. Please do send us the request. We will analyze it properly and we'll send a formal response. And as I said, we can extend this cooperation, but we should do it on a reciprocal basis, because we would await our Russian counterparts to provide us access to the persons of interest for us, who we believe can have something to do with the intelligence service. Well, let's discuss the specific issues and not use the Russia and the U.S. relationship as a loose change for this internal political struggle.
A question for President Putin. Thank you. Two questions for you, sir. Can you tell me what President Trump may have indicated to you about officially recognizing Crimea as part of Russia? And then secondly, sir, does the Russian government have any compromising material on President Trump or his family?
President Trump and posture of President Trump on Crimea is well known, and he stands firmly by it. He continued to maintain that it was illegal to annex it. Our viewpoint is different. We held a referendum in strict compliance with the UN Charter and the international legislation. For us, this issue, we put paid to this issue. And now to the compromising material. Yeah, I did heard these rumors that we allegedly collected compromising material on Mr. Trump when he was visiting Moscow. Well, distinguished colleague, let me tell you this. When President Trump visited Moscow back then, I didn't even know that he was in Moscow. I treat President Trump with utmost respect. But back then, when he was a private individual, a businessman, nobody informed me that he was in Moscow. Well, let's take St. Petersburg Economic Forum, for instance. There were over 500 American businessmen, the high-ranking, the high-level ones. I don't even remember the last names of each and every one of them. Well, do you remember, do you think that we try to collect compromising material on each and every single one of them? Well, it's difficult to imagine another nonsense of a bigger scale than this. Well, please just disregard these issues and don't think about this anymore again.
And I have to say, if they had it, it would have been out long ago. And if anybody watched Peter Strzok testify over the last couple of days, and I was in Brussels watching it, it was a disgrace to the FBI, it was a disgrace to our country, and you would say that was a total witch hunt. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
And we are showing you live pictures from Joint Base Elmendorf-Richardson in Anchorage, Alaska. That is the stage where we are expecting a little later this afternoon a bilateral press conference between President Trump and Vladimir Putin, president of Russia. They're in a meeting right now, several of their aides joining them in that meeting. We're told it began as a 3-on-3 meeting. Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, Steve Witkoff, joining the president in his side of that aisle of the meeting. We know Sergei Lavrov, the foreign minister of Russia, had joined President Putin at that meeting. And we are awaiting the results of that meeting. We don't know when they're going to come out, what they're going to say, but the expectation is there will be a joint press conference. And this afternoon, you can watch alongside all of us here on C-SPAN. We are joined on set here in Washington, D.C. by Jennifer Wistrand. She is a Russia-Ukraine analyst, teaches those topics at Georgetown University, formerly with the Wilson Center, and has been helping us all afternoon, and we appreciate that help. Want to show viewers a little bit earlier today who joined us. They saw the arrival ceremony, President Trump and President Putin walking down the red carpet and for a photo opportunity. But what you may not have seen in that arrival ceremony is the flyover that took place. It was Margot Martin, the special assistant at the White House, sending out the video that we're showing to viewers now of what was happening in the air, literally above Vladimir Putin's head, a U.S. B-2 stealth bomber flanked by 4 F-22 Raptors flying over the president of Russia right before they took the stage in the red carpet there. Jennifer Wistrand, a demonstration of strength, you think, in that flyover over the Russian president's head?
Yeah, I don't know. It's so interesting. You know, a number of the callers had previously brought up the optics of what's going on, and I think for U.S. audiences, if we go back over decades, it would seem odd to have the military focus, but then we have to remember just a couple months ago, President Trump did have a military parade in Washington, D.C., and we have to remember from the Russian side, it's not uncommon at all to have such a show of military strength for official summits. So we could interpret this multiple ways, right? Is this the U.S. sending a signal to Russia? Is this a reflection on what President Trump's interests are? Or is this trying to be conciliatory? Is it part of the pomp and circumstance and trying to say this is what they would do in Russia, and therefore let's show them, you know, just as you would pick out a meal that the foreign leader would like, is this a way of, you know, this would make them comfortable? So I think there's so many different interpretations we could have.
What Vladimir Putin is looking for from this summit, and this is from Russia itself. They have laid out their negotiating terms several times before this summit about what it would take to end the war in Ukraine. What they're looking for is territorial control of various parts of eastern Ukraine, specifically in the Donetsk and Luhansk regions and the far east of Ukraine. They want no NATO membership for Ukraine, to keep Ukraine out of the NATO membership and the NATO association. They want an end to U.S. and EU sanctions against Russia, those going in place and beefing up over the months and years as this war has gone on. And they have dangled the idea of a potential restart of nuclear talks with the United States. Those are some of the key points in terms of if you had to rank what you think, 1 to 4 there of what Vladimir Putin wants. How would you put it?
Well, it's an interesting list, right? Because getting back to the premise of this pursuing peace, we don't see any reference to stopping the actual attacks, right? And the killing of civilians. So that doesn't seem to rank anywhere in these 4. No NATO, the number 2 on the list of 4 that was put up there, that's been the longstanding desire of Russia, is that Ukraine not be allowed to join NATO. And that gets back again to some of the earlier callers' questions, or how did we get here? A lot of this does get back to that post-1991, post-Soviet Union period when Ukraine lost its nuclear capabilities. It was going to get security guarantees from the West, and now we're in a situation where Russia was able to invade it, and ostensibly Russia's claim to being, well, you're bringing NATO too close to Russia's border if, you're going to raise discussions of Ukraine being a part of NATO. But I think, again, looking at these 4 that you mentioned, I would assume that maybe paramount in President Putin's mind is, one, the territory. If he can get a concession saying that, yes, we'll actually give you this 18 to 20% of the southeastern Ukraine, that would make him very happy, because it would set a precedent then, right? Again, what a lot of the callers have raised is this post-World War II precedent that we don't invade countries. If he's able to get that 18% that says, well, actually, you can invade countries, then there won't be any meaningful recourse. But I assume, too, the sanctions issue is a big one for him. Again, just economically looking at Russia, a lot of reports saying, well, people hoped the sanctions would be more effective more quickly, that they really are having a significant impact, and that combined with this wartime economy is really putting Russia in a precarious position.
So as this meeting came together, and as we've noted, it happened very quickly, Volodymyr Zelensky and European leaders also quickly got together to talk about, to show their unity ahead of this meeting, to put out their own statements about their support of Ukraine and what they expect. This was the statement from EU countries that came out in the wake of that very quick gathering that Volodymyr Zelensky was a part of. The joint statement, including most of the EU members, Hungary disassociating itself specifically from this statement when it came out. But it reads, the people of Ukraine must have the freedom to decide their own future. The path to peace in Ukraine cannot be decided without Ukraine. Meaningful negotiations can only take place in the context of a ceasefire or reduction of hostilities. Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine has wider implications for Europe and international security. We share the conviction that a diplomatic solution must protect Ukraine's and Europe's vital security interests. That was the joint statement that has been that went out earlier this week. Today, we know Volodymyr Zelensky has been watching closely what's been happening in Anchorage, sort of live tweeting what's going on. He also posted a 5-minute video. It's in Ukrainian, so we won't show it to viewers who won't be able to understand it if you don't speak Ukrainian. But he also sent out a series of tweets, of X posts that read in part at the beginning, on the day of negotiations, the Russians are killing as well, and that speaks volumes. He goes on to say that we continue coordinating with our partners in Europe. The time difference with Alaska is 11 hours, he notes, so tomorrow will start early for everyone in Europe. We are preparing for the upcoming discussions. Russia must end the war that it itself started and has been dragging out for years. The killings must stop. A meeting of leaders is needed, at the very least, Ukraine, America, and the Russian side. And it is precisely in such a format that effective decisions are possible. He goes on to say security guarantees are needed. Lasting peace is needed. Everyone knows the key objectives. I want to thank everyone who is helping to achieve real results. Just what do you read from that statement?
Yeah, I think President Zelensky is attempting to be involved in as much of a way as he can. Obviously, he would have preferred to have been a part of this meeting. He's not. Therefore, I think his and then that joint statement that you read earlier by EU or European partners, they also, I'm sure that Germany or the UK would have liked to have been involved in the meeting, and they're not. So I think for Ukraine in particular, but Europe as a whole, they're hoping that what comes out of this is a larger meeting where they can be a part of the discussion, and that will be the discussion where actually meaningful steps are taken towards peace. I think also President Zelensky is going to be, again, we talked about this a little bit before, but he's in a difficult position. He can't come out as upset, even though obviously he presumably is upset. He's not included because he doesn't want to circle back to what happened in the Oval Office meeting in February of this year with himself and President Trump and Vice President Vance, which did not go as, he allowed his emotions to come out. And that led to then the U.S. Declaring a pause in aid, and then President Zelensky needing to apologize, President Trump needing to accept that. But I think he wants to make sure he doesn't step off message and irritate anyone.
And I want to come back to that Oval Office meeting in just a second. But along with those words that he sent out on social media, President Zelensky also sending out some video. It's from the Kyiv Post of some of the damage presumably caused by one of the attacks that is happening on the day of negotiations. Again, trying to make this point that attacks are still happening in Ukraine, even on the day that supposedly a ceasefire is being negotiated. What do you read from that and him trying to make that point to the world community over social media?
I think it's a very, very fair point for him to make. Generally, if you were going to have some kind of summit or discussion about cessation of hostilities, the two sides would agree to a temporary cessation of hostilities. And so the fact that Russia is still continuing forward with its attack, actually stepping up its attacks, as we've seen in recent days and weeks, would suggest, without us interpreting beyond means that we have, would suggest that for President Putin, a ceasefire maybe is not as high on his list as it could be.
Let me come back to Volodymyr Zelensky's X posts. The end of that last one, in which he's saying everybody knows what's needed here. He says security guarantees are needed. Lasting peace is needed. Everyone knows the key objectives, and then says, I want to thank everyone who's helping to achieve real results. What he doesn't say there is Ukraine needs every piece of territory back, the borders restored before Russia's invasion in February of 2022. Is that significant? The fact that he's not putting that marker in the sand as what is needed here, what the key objectives are.
Yeah, it is. I hadn't picked up on that when you read through it the first time, that he wasn't reinforcing the territorial integrity issue, which has been consistently a part of his message, saying that Ukraine will not cede any territory. I don't know. I don't know if we should interpret that by him not stating that it's suddenly something that he would be willing to discuss, or simply that he wants to bring attention to the fact of the ongoing attacks, the ongoing killing of civilians, and that was more what he thought would basically resonate with an international audience. So I think it's difficult to know why he did or did not mention something.
Again, what viewers are seeing on their screens right now, the stage where we're expecting whenever these discussions end, and again, it started as a 3-on-3 discussion and is expected to expand, so to go several hours. But this is the stage where we're expecting Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin to come out and take some questions from the press before they head back in their various directions home. Some 4,300 miles for President Putin to head back to Moscow, some 3,400 miles for President Trump to come back here to Washington, D.C. This meeting on the north side of Anchorage, it's Joint Base Elmendorf-Richardson, a military base there in Alaska, dates back to World War II, very significant during the Cold War. You had mentioned just a little bit ago, and we've been talking through Volodymyr Zelensky's X posts about that notorious Oval Office meeting that took place earlier this year, that took place back in February of this year. Want to show it to viewers so you can watch how it developed. You can watch how the tone of that meeting changed. It was about 45 minutes or so from start to finish. And we have plenty of time here as we wait for these negotiations to wrap up. So we're going to play it for our viewers now, and we'll see you on the other side.
Well, thank you very much. It's an honor to have President Zelensky of Ukraine. And we've been working very hard, very close. So we've actually known each other for a long time. We've been dealing with each other for a long time, and very well. We had a little negotiation spat, but that worked out great. I think for both countries, I think for the world, actually, beyond both countries. And we have something that is a very fair deal. And we look forward to getting in and digging and working and getting some of the rare earth. But it means we're going to be inside, and it's a big commitment from the United States, and we appreciate working with you very much. And we will continue to do that. We have had some very good discussions with Russia. I spoke with President Putin, and we're going to try and bring this to a close. It's something that you want and that he wants. We have to negotiate a deal, but we've started the confines of a deal, and I think something can happen. The big thing is the number of soldiers, mostly at this point, but soldiers being killed. You're losing thousands of soldiers. So on both sides, we're losing a lot of soldiers, and we want to see it stop. And we want to see the money get put to different kinds of use, like the rebuilding. And we're going to be working very hard. But we've had a lot of very good conversations. I will say until we came along, the Biden administration didn't speak to Russia whatsoever. They didn't speak to anybody. They just allowed this to continue. And I will say that, I'll say in front of you, you've heard me say it 1,000 times, if I were president, this war would have never happened. We would have had a deal negotiated for you without having to go through what you've gone through. But your soldiers have been unbelievably brave. We've given them great equipment, but somebody has to use the equipment. They've been unbelievably brave, and we give them great credit. This was supposed to be over very quickly, and here we are 3 years later. So I give tremendous credit to your generals and your soldiers and yourself in the sense that it's been very hard fighting, very tough fighting. They're great fighters. And you have to be very proud of them from that standpoint. But now we want to get it over with. It's enough, right? We want to get it over with. So it's an honor to have you here. Thank you very much for coming. We're going to sign the agreement at the conference in the East Room in a little while, right after lunch. And we'll be having lunch together. We're also discussing some other things. And we appreciate everybody being here. It's somewhat of an exciting moment, but the really exciting moment is when we get when they stop the shooting or we end up with a deal. And I think we're fairly close to getting that, and an honor to have you. And please, I'd like to say something.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. President. Thank you for the invitation. And really, I hope that this first document, will be first step to real security guarantees for Ukraine, our people, our children. I really count on it. And of course, we count that America will not stop support. Really, for us, it's very important to support and to continue it. I want to discuss it with details further during our conversation, and of course, the infrastructure or security guarantees. Because for today, I understand what Europe is ready to do, and of course, I want to discuss with you what United States will be ready to do. And I really count on your strong position to stop Putin. And you said that enough with the war. I think that is very important, Ben, to say these words to Putin at the very beginning of war, because he is a killer and terrorist. But I hope that together we can stop him. But for us, it's very important to, to save our country, our values, our freedom, and democracy, and of course, no compromises with the killer about our territories, but it will be later. And of course, what I wanted, we spoke about it by phone with you about the drones production. We have very good drones production. I think the best one in the world for today because of the war. Yes, and of course, we need very much the air defense. You have the best air defense in the world, and really you helped us under attacks of Russians, and I want to speak how we can exchange the licenses. We're open to share the licenses of all our drones with you, of course, with the United States, and we need licenses for quick production of air defense. Even after the war, we need our nation to be calm, that we are secure. So that's why we need this air shield. And of course, about this, I want to speak about the contingents. I think that France and UK already spoke to you, and we know that Europe is ready, but without the United States, they will not be ready to be as strong as we need. And the last point, last not least, about exchange, about our people and children. And you know that this crazy Russian, that they stolen 20,000 of children, Ukrainian children. They changed their names. They changed their families, relatives, and now they're in Russia. We want to bring them back. And really, it's a big, big dream, task, and goal for me and our warriors. By the way, Mr. President, we released more than 4,000 warriors from Russian prison, but there are thousands more in the prison. I wanted to share with you some images. How it's can I now? Yeah, please. 1 minute. Just you to understand in what circumstances, in what situation they are, and what the attitude of Russia to our prisoners. That guys, just you before and after. And you see before and after, just you to understand. Now thousands of such guys, ladies and men, there, and that, so they don't eat, they beat them, and they do a lot of bad things. So out of, even during the war, there are rules. Everybody knows there are rules during the war. So these guys, they don't have any rules. You see that 50, 60 kilograms left, and a lot of such things. And I didn't want to show you what the changes with images of children, because I will share with you. And, I mean, it's looking tragic.
Yep, it's tough stuff.
Yeah, I wanted very much to give you, and you see it.
Yeah.
This is Pastor by the way, they stolen pastors because it's not Russian church. They stolen pastors and moved pastors to the prison. We, at the end of last year, we brought 3 pastors, and we could exchange them. And this is pastor, you see.
Yeah, that's tough.
Yeah, so I mean, this I wanted to show you, and this. So thank you very much.
We want to get that ended, right?
Yeah, of course. We will.
And I think we will. And
we have to, of course.
Do you have any questions, please?
Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. With the how much money is the U.S. going to put into the fund that is being created today, and how does this provide long-term security for Ukraine?
Well, we don't know exactly how much because we're going to be putting some money in a fund that we're going to get from the raw earth that we're going to be taking and sharing in terms of revenue. So it's going to be a lot of money will be made from the sale and from the use of raw earth. And as you know, our country doesn't have much raw earth. We have a lot of oil and gas, but we don't have a lot of the raw earth. And what we do have is protected by the environmentalists, but that can be unprotected, but still it's not very much. They have among the best in the world in terms of raw earth. So we're going to be using that, using it for all of the things we do, including AI and including weapons and the military, and it's really going to very much satisfy our needs. So it's something that just worked out really well. We have a lot of oil, and we have a lot of gas, we have a lot, but we don't have raw earth. So this has just about every component of the raw earth that we need for computers, for all of the things we do. And this puts us in great shape.
And on long-term security for Ukraine, how does this provide it?
I think they're going to have great long. I think once we make the agreement, that's going to be 95% of it. They're not going to go back to fighting. I've spoken with President Putin, and I feel very strong. I've known him for a long time, and I feel very strongly that they're very serious about it. And we'll make a deal. And when the deal is made, I don't think we talk about security. Everyone's talking about the other day. All they talked about was security. I said, let me make the deal first. I have to make the deal first. I don't worry about security right now. We have to have a deal because right now, last week, 2,000 soldiers died on both sides. 2,000, and they're losing 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 a week. So as we sit here and we talk, people are getting shot and dying on the battlefield. And, you know, they're not American soldiers, but they're Russian soldiers and they're Ukrainian soldiers, and we want to be able to stop it. And we want to be able also to spend money on other things. We don't want to, this is a tremendous amount of money, and what the Biden administration did was terrible. They were giving money, but they had no security on the money. Europe, as you know, gave much less money, but they had security. It was in the form of a loan. They get their money back, and we didn't. And now, at least we're protected because the American taxpayer has to be protected too. But this is an incredible agreement for Ukraine because we have a big investment in their country now, and what they have, very few people have. And we're able to really go forward with very, very high-tech things and many other things, including weaponry that we're going to use in many locations, but that we need for our country. This allows us to do that.
Mr. President, will you continue?
Yes, go ahead, please.
If I can just, yes, in the document there is one of the
America First is not brand new.
Defense Initiative at the Hudson Institute.
Be able to interact a little bit with Senator John McCain, a hero, a man of character.
That second meeting is not going to happen and that this press conference is imminent. Certainly the reporters in the room seem to think that this is imminent, seated there doing their hits with their various news organizations, waiting for the principals to show up. As we wait, we're taking your phone calls. Again, phone lines for Republicans, Democrats, Independents, as we always do here on C-SPAN. And we are going to begin in Sacramento, California, Independent line. Brady, go ahead.
Hello. I'm hoping to hear from not just President Trump, but from Vladimir Putin, specific agreements that will bring about peace in the region. Because I grew up And my father fought in World War II when the aggressor was the Axis powers, which was Germany, Italy, and what was the third Axis power? Honey, do you remember?
Japan?
Japan. Thank you.
We're just a day from
we are in the year 2025. We need both heads of state to say something about the specific agreements that they are making to move the world and the region forward towards peace. And I'm wondering when Zelensky from Ukraine will be welcomed into a press conference, because obviously in the balance of power, the United States and Russia are, pretty much balanced, and Ukraine is doesn't have as much power.
Well, Brady, let me take your comments and let Jennifer Wistran jump in here, because President Trump has said if this goes well, he would be interested in a second meeting, and perhaps that one would involve Volodymyr Zelensky of Ukraine. But your thoughts on Brady's comments?
Oh, I thought Brady's comments were really well stated, and kind of bringing us back to this, and as the headline there says, pursuing peace, that this is supposed to be about peace and reestablishing the international order and creating a modicum by which we can get Ukraine back to where it does feel secure and safe and it has control over its territory. So I think it's very compelling to have a caller call in whose father did fight in World War II. And remember, that's back, what led to this post-World War II international order, where we said we're going to protect borders. We don't want to have anything like a World War II again. And that is something you've heard over the past, couple of years, where people keep saying, are we heading towards a World War III, or Europe certainly being concerned about this? So I agree with her comments and questions that, what are the specifics? Hopefully there are some specifics that are mentioned here, and this isn't, getting back to your earlier when you were saying the Wall Street Journal article, the best and worst cases. Again, I think there's a lot of best and worst cases that come out of it, but I think specifics of some meaning are what a lot of people are looking for.
Brady mentions World War II in her comments. So does Wyatt White, writing to us via text from Anchorage, Alaska, saying it's wild to me that there is so much talk of ceding land to Russia. If we're in a post-World War II order, then there's no question here that Russia's claim to Ukraine can't be respected. As long as Ukraine wants to fight, we should be standing behind them. If that is the rule of law, then that is the rule of law. Via text message from Wyatt White, writing there in Anchorage, Alaska, where this summit is taking place. Let me go to Avi in Garden Grove, California, line for Democrats. Avi, go ahead as we wait for President Trump and President Putin.
Hi there. Yes, I just wanted to express my disappointment that Volodymyr Zelensky was not invited to this summit. Like the other caller said, I am curious to hear what Putin has to say in this conference. I know how unserious our president is. He's going to bring up stuff like Russia, Russiagate, and that Biden was responsible for all this, and that he's preventing World War III, and that he should receive the Nobel Peace Prize today. That's how unserious our president is. Thank you for giving me the opportunity. That was my first time calling a C-SPAN.
That's Avi in California. Jennifer Wistran.
I feel like this caller's comments were good, and a good, rejoinder to the earlier caller's comments. People are looking for something concrete out of this, and they're looking for something concrete with respect to peace. And again, everyone rightly so bringing up the fact that President Zelensky is not there. How can you have if you step back and think seriously about how can you have even the beginnings of a discussion about peace when one of the two parties to the conflict is not there, and when it's the party that didn't start the conflict, right? We forget that Russia was the aggressor here, right? They are the ones that invaded Ukraine, and now you're having a discussion about peace, and Ukraine's not at the table. So, would
it surprise you if we don't have a ceasefire agreement announced when they come out to the podium?
No, it would not surprise me. What I feel like is it's going to be likely stating that this is the basis for another discussion. And I think that's what President Trump had stated prior to this, is that he hoped that this would be kind of laying the groundwork for a follow-on discussion with Zelensky, President Zelensky, and some European leaders.
Hasn't that been some of the frustration, though, that President Trump has had with President Putin, that he feels like it's lip service but no action?
Correct. And yes, and I think that's why he also, in the lead up to this, mentioned the possibility of, ratcheting up the sanctions against Russia. If he doesn't hear what he wants to hear today, then Russia knows. It's been forewarned that by the end of the month, they could see these secondary sanctions go into effect.
If they're coming out together, and again, we don't know if that's going to happen. We just have gotten word from those in the press pool that they believe that the joint press conference is imminent. If it is in fact joint, is that a good sign? If they both come out for this one?
It would certainly be telling if it's only President Trump that comes out. If for some reason President Putin departs early, then I think we can read a lot into it. But it will be interesting, again, the optics of this, looking at the body language, looking at what does he lead with, right?
And it's been a day of optics.
It really has.
The military airplanes there on the tarmac to President Putin getting into the Beast, to the presidential limousine and driving away with President Trump. A day of optics.
It absolutely has, and that's why it'll be interesting, Does President Trump give the outcome of the discussion? Does he turn the table, cede over to President Putin and say, would you like to see, we'll have to watch very closely how it plays out.
Let's go to Williamsburg, Virginia. Brandon's waiting. Republican. Brandon, go ahead. We are awaiting the start of this press conference.
Hello, my name is Brandon Thomas Martin. I have to say President Trump need to stop saying bad words.
Okay. Any thoughts on this summit, Brandon?
Because last time he's doing that, he need to stop raising the gas prices.
All right. Well, we'll stick to the summit. This is Carolyn in Utah, independent. Carolyn, thanks for waiting.
I'll get in front of the line and hear this dude.
Carolyn, you with us?
Yes. Hi.
Go ahead.
I am shocked and disturbed that they rolled out red carpet for Putin, and I'm concerned about there not being people in the Beast with the two of them, because we don't even know, what Trump would give. And this is just shocking to me that they've rolled this out like it's really going to matter when they don't have the principal player in Vladimir Putin, or
Carolyn,
Zelensky.
What do you expect to hear in the next couple minutes, and is that different from what you want to hear?
I expect that Trump will be giving him something more than just this meeting, and I don't want to hear that. I would like to see our president stand up to him, because he's a war criminal, and what he's doing in Ukraine is illegal. It's not acceptable. The whole world is watching, and he's just taking us down, in my view.
That's Carolyn in Utah. Anything you want to follow up on?
I think, again, very well stated. I think there's a lot of people who feel that way, that getting back to, has President Putin already won by getting this invitation and being able to come here, right? Is that enough at the end of the day? Because it shows that, the West and the U.S. is welcoming him back into the international order.
That caller, again, concerned about the two of them being alone together. It harkens back to Helsinki. We've talked about this today. It's this concern about what could happen if they're alone together. And did that concern play into this original one-on-one meeting with just interpreters expanding to a 3-on-3 meeting? Obviously, we won't know today, and who knows when we'll know, but that continued concern expressed by that caller.
No, absolutely. I don't know, and that could come down to a protocol issue. I don't know with these summits. That might be very typical, that the two highest representatives, in this case the two leaders of two countries, do get to travel by car. So that's very possible that that's a protocol issue. I think it was significant that it was moved from the one-on-one to the 3-on-3 meeting, though, and I think that is probably because of what happened back in 2018.
Nancy, Fresno, California Democrat. Go ahead. Thanks for waiting.
Hi, thank you for taking my call. I am shocked that we are normalizing this. The butcher in the White House has no role in this war. I don't understand why we are listening to him. He has absolutely no reason to be putting his nose into this. All he has to do is send weapons and money to Ukraine. He should not be negotiating in the absence of President Zelensky with this criminal from Russia. Like the caller from Utah, I am amazed that a red carpet was rolled out for this man. It's disgusting, and we should not be normalizing it. Do you see how many people are there? It's unbelievable how many people are there to see there's no ceasefire, just to find out there's no ceasefire, and that Donald Trump fails once again. Taco, goodbye.
That's Nancy in Fresno, California. She seems to not believe there'll be a ceasefire announcement today.
Yeah, no, I think a lot of people are skeptical. And again, you know, her underscoring, as a number of the previous callers did, the fact that how can you have a meaningful discussion about peace when the leader of Ukraine is not a part of the discussion? It would seem to set the base at an impossible ability to be achieved.
On the money, she says what we should be doing is sending weapons and arms. Just to remind viewers about the numbers at this point, we're just under $200 billion in weapons and arms. It began with a first tranche just less than a month after the invasion, within weeks of the invasion of Russia back in the invasion of Ukraine in February of 2022. By March of that year, the United States was already sending some $14 billion, followed by $41 billion just 3 months later. The numbers continued to tick up over the months and years of this war as it's gone along. It was a big push towards the end of the Biden administration for arms and financial infusion. Some $20 billion just in December of 2024, just before the Biden administration left office. And then we've seen Donald Trump change how he views supplying weapons and money to Ukraine. And we've seen this change to selling weapons to European allies with the expectation that those weapons would go to Ukraine. Can you provide some context to that process that the Trump administration has now put in place?
Right. Yeah, absolutely. No, you did a great job encapsulating it. You know, there have been the 5 bills that have been passed with a committed spending that's supposed to help the situation in Ukraine. That's financial, military, and humanitarian. But we do see a change from the Biden administration to the Trump administration, where the Trump administration is saying much more you need to do something in return. So whether that is the mineral deal that was earlier mentioned, that, you know, Ukraine should provide the U.S. with access to these minerals in exchange for getting support, that the U.S. will not just simply give weapons to either Ukraine or Europe, but it will sell them to Europe, and Europe can do as it wants with them. The loan that was done with frozen Western assets at the end of last year that was then kind of turned around and used to support some of the war efforts. So this isn't unique, though, to the Ukraine context. We discussed a couple hours ago as well, looking at some of the ways that President Trump has been brokering peace deals around the world. And I mentioned the one just a week ago with Azerbaijan and Armenia, and that part of getting that, well, and this is an ongoing 30-year conflict between those two countries. Again, two former Soviet republics, but ultimately they're brought to the table in the Oval Office just 1 week ago. And again, there I think it's important that there wasn't actually, there is a peace deal that the two leaders, Azerbaijan and Armenia, have worked out. They haven't yet signed it. But what was significant about last week's meeting, I think, is the fact that what comes out of it is the U.S., by bringing those two together, by saying that they will commit to this peace agreement, then the U.S. has exclusive, supposedly economic rights to developing what's called the Middle Corridor, this area between Azerbaijan and Armenia that would ostensibly connect Europe through Turkey, through the South Caucasus, through Central Asia over to China. So this idea that there's an economic component to these peace agreements, I think we're seeing, and that's what we're seeing again too with Ukraine, right? That there's got to be what's the U.S. getting economically out of it? We're not just anymore giving something.
And we talked about this a little bit earlier, but the Russian side and Vladimir Putin indicating there could be also discussions on nuclear negotiations. The U.S. Right now, the U.S. nuclear arsenal consists of some 5,200 nuclear weapons. The Russian total is a little bit higher, some close to 5,600. But we saw that beginning to be mixed into this conversation as well. And so this becomes, farther away from immediately Ukraine and war. And we have things like the economy and nuclear negotiations now, at least from the Russian side, being brought into this negotiation process. What does that mean?
Yeah, it's an excellent question because it gets back to, what's the objective here? Were these other things, right, bilateral arms control agreements or other things, are they being brought in because both sides are trying to see what's going to be an effective mechanism to arrive at peace, or are they being brought in because those are really what people are more interested in? That President Putin is more interested in arms control and more interested in the sanctions being listed than he is actually in achieving peace in Ukraine, or he knows that that's potentially what he could use as a bargaining chip. So I think it's an excellent question. There almost seem to be too many things that are on the table here, and getting back to some of that caller's excellent points, the objective here should be to achieve peace. And to achieve peace, you've got to start with a ceasefire, and then move from there. Stop killing civilians, stop abducting children, stop doing all these things that have been taking place, and actually focus on the peace. And then if by extension you're able to then reduce sanctions or deal with nuclear disarmament, that would seem to be a positive externality. But yeah, the fact that it's been kind of muddled in there is kind of forefront in the discussions.
Back to the calls, and there are plenty. This is William, Miami, Florida, Independent. Thanks for waiting, William.
Yes, thank you for taking my call. I'd like to, if I may, present a little bit of an overview. And may I begin it by saying I've had members of my family that are Democrat, Republican, Independent. I've had relatives that have been in the Marines, the Army, the Navy, myself, and Air Force ROTC. I have an uncle that used to serve or did serve in the First World War. I'm old enough to remember that. When I look at their service and I look at this administration that in their first 8 weeks, they have basically totally disgraced and alienated our allies. They've compromised our military. They've insulted our military leadership. They have given away our data, our security, our personal security. They have compromised so much in so many ways. In 8 weeks, the Soviet Union and the Russians could not have dreamed of accomplishing what was done, and they took 80 years, 8 decades, and we did that kind of destruction, that kind of undermining in 8 weeks. Furthermore, when you look at things like the trade agreement or the trade tariffs, all of a sudden, Russia is not listed as one of those people getting a tariff on it, one of those countries getting a tariff. And then you ask, well, why? Oh, because they're in this war situation. Oh, really? Then why isn't the Ukraine exempt from that also? No, we got to tariff Ukraine. Oh, that's interesting. Well, why is Belarus exempted the same as Russia? We don't really have an answer for that. This is all set up. This goes back from way back when. We basically have a Soviet-Russian agent in the White House. And when they have these private meetings, these are people that know hypnosis, they know mind control, they know personality control, and that's exactly what happens every time they meet. And you think these people going in with Putin are actually just translators?
Got your point. That's William in Miami, Florida. One of the people who went in with Donald Trump, Special Envoy Steve Witkoff, has now entered the room and is seated at the front near the two podiums where we're expecting President Trump and President Putin to speak imminently. That meeting has now ended, at least the 3-on-3 meeting, and the reporters in the room clearly getting ready for the two to walk out. We're taking your phone calls as we wait as well and showing you live pictures of the room. This is Matt in Colorado, Independent. Go ahead.
Hello. Thanks for taking my call.
What are you expecting to hear in the next couple minutes here, Matt?
Oh, I have high hopes, low expectations. Obviously Trump is rarely a serious person. He's a strange individual and a strange leader for us. But I think it's a great thing for an American president to meet with a Russian leader of course they can have a serious conversation about peace. This is essentially a conflict between two great powers. I believe that Ukraine is basically a proxy for the United States and NATO in this conflict. It's a tragic situation, particularly for the Ukrainians, and I hope that they can do something to end this situation. Like I said, I don't, have a lot of faith in Trump. Putin seems like an extremely serious politician, frightening personality at times, obviously, and we'll see what happens.
That's Matt in Colorado. Anything from the last two callers that you wanted to talk about?
I'm just the most recent caller, is, raising the point, is Ukraine a proxy?
For the United States, he was saying.
Yeah, a proxy for the United States, and that this is, there have been people that made the discussion this is more about, a war about the U.S. versus Russia, and, that where it's just, again, kind of a redo of the Cold War, except in a hot war format. I don't know. I think again, we have to look at the perspective from the Russian perspective, and we talked about this a little bit earlier. That for them it was the unraveling of the Soviet Union, or for Putin it was, and the
he'll
loss.
Say it was the expansion of NATO.
Exactly. It was, the loss, the collapse of the Soviet Union, the loss of their standing, this bipolarity that we had, the U.S. and the USSR. It was the loss of the standing for Russia. It was the expansion then, when the former satellites, that's what we used to call Central Eastern Europe, got folded into Europe, many of them joining NATO, and that expansion. And so I think from at least President Putin's perspective, that's much more has been the threat to him. And again, with the war, I think going into Georgia was a test. Would the U.S. and the West push back? And then the annexation of Crimea in 2014, would people push back? And then, with this was kind of the first time he saw pushback, right, of a meaningful measure. So that's why it's very interesting. The land will come back and be a very, as again the callers have all raised, that's going to be very significant. If the West says it's okay to cede part of Ukraine's territory, then that's really a rupture from what we agreed upon post-1945.
So staying sort of into this history discussion for a second, this is Chip in Florida. Please ask your guest to discuss the earlier history of this conflict. We've done that, the breakup of the USSR and the Warsaw Pact, the reunion of East and West Germany and many of the Eastern Bloc countries democratizing. Also, and this is maybe where you can jump in, Russia's concern about the West deploying strategic missiles near their border. We've already had this discussion about nuclear weapons, but what would you say to Chip?
Yeah, well, and obviously knows his history very well, right? And that's why I think we have to, it could be very easy to look at this, and I think for people who aren't looking historically to say, oh, this all dates to, February of 2022. Well, no, again, this is a much longer history that we're talking about. You do have to look at, the Soviet Union, which is in existence 1917 to 1991, which was composed of what became 15 independent countries, those 15 Soviet republics at the time. You had the Cold War, this nuclear buildup between the U.S. and the USSR. You had all of their kind of spheres of influence that we could look at in Africa and elsewhere, right? So it was this whole collapse in 1991 of the system. But the one who ended up kind of coming out on top in this was the U.S., right? We essentially won the Cold War and USSR and coming out of that, Russia in particular, being humiliated, I would say, in the 1990s by the position they had on the world stage. And President Putin never forgetting that, and very much having this conquest then of wanting to reconstitute in what way possible the esteem that Russia and the USSR once had. And getting back to, again, why just being invited to a summit like this is part of that reclaiming for him, for Russia, they're standing on the international stage, that they can be respected in the same way that a French leader or UK leader would be.
Should note that Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth, Howard Lutnick, Caroline Leavitt is in the room as well now, so it seems like all the major principals, Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, now sitting down as well. So this looks to be very imminent. And we will go to it as soon as Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin walk in the room. In the meantime, Karen, Missouri, Democrat, good morning.
Hi. There's a lot of things that you can go into and read into the Russia, Trump, Israel, and I believe all of it's tied in the amount of money that the Trump Corporation and the things that are being gained, let's go in and take Gaza, him and Trump. Now we're over in Russia. Him and Putin's going to go take Ukraine. There's a little bit more pushback there. But
Karen,
all of these things are direct.
When you say we're in Russia, what do you mean?
Pardon?
You said now we're in Russia. What do you mean by that?
Well, I mean, now we're talking to Putin. All this time, and then all of a sudden, after the Israel and Netanyahu has done his due in Gaza, and that's all taken place the way they wanted, it's happening on the other side. And I believe we're going to see similar of the resolution that Trump and Netanyahu have for Gaza.
That's Karen in Missouri. This is Kay in Ohio. And we will actually go take you live to the press conference.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, our negotiations have been held in a constructive atmosphere of mutual respect. We have very thorough negotiations that were quite useful. I would like to thank once again my American counterpart for the proposal to travel out here to Alaska. It only makes sense that we've met here because our countries, though separated by the oceans, are close neighbors. So when we've met, when I came out of the plane and I've said, "Good afternoon, dear neighbor. Very good to see you. In good health and to see you alive." I think that is very neighborly. And I think that's some kind words that we can say to each other. We're separated by the Strait of Bering, though there are 2 islands only between the Russian island and the U.S. island. They're only 4 kilometers apart. We're close neighbors, and it's a fact. It's also important that Alaska has to do with our common heritage, common history between Russia and the U.S., and many positive events have to do with that territory. Still, there is tremendous cultural heritage back from the Russian America. For example, Orthodox churches and a lot of more than 700 geographical names of Russian origin. During the Second World War, it was here in Alaska that was the origin of the legendary air bridge for the supply of military aircraft and other equipment under the Lend-Lease program. It was a dangerous and treacherous route over the vast emptiness of ice. However, the pilots of both countries did everything to bring closer the victory. They risked their lives and they gave it all for the common victory. I was just in the city of Magadan in Russia, and there is a memorial there dedicated to the Russian and the U.S. pilots. And there are 2 flags, the U.S. flag and the Russian flag. And I know that here as well there is such a memorial. There is a military burial place several kilometers away from here. The Soviet pilots that buried there who died during that dangerous mission. We're thankful to the citizens and the government of the U.S. for carefully taking care of their memory. I think that's very worthy and noble. We'll always remember other historical examples when our countries defeated common enemies together in a spirit of battle camaraderie and allyship that supported each other and facilitated each other. I'm sure that this heritage will help us rebuild and foster mutually beneficial and equal ties at this new stage, even during the hardest conditions. It is known that there have been no summits between Russia and the U.S. for 4 years, and that's a long time. This time was very hard for bilateral relations, and let's be frank, they've fallen to the lowest point since the Cold War. I think that's not benefiting our countries and the world as a whole. It is apparent that sooner or later here, we had to amend the situation to move on from the confrontation to dialogue. And in this case, a personal meeting between the heads of state has been long overdue, naturally, under the condition of serious and painstaking work. And this work has been done in general. Me and President Trump have very good direct contact. We've spoken multiple times. We spoke frankly on the phone. And special envoy of the president, Mr. Woodruff, traveled out to Russia several times. Our advisors and heads of foreign ministries kept in touch all the time. And you know fully well that one of the central issues was the situation around Ukraine. We see the strive of the administration and President Trump personally to help facilitate the resolution of the Ukrainian conflict. And his strive to get to the crux of the matter, to understand its history, is precious. As I've said, the situation in Ukraine has to do with fundamental threats to our security. Moreover, we've always considered the Ukrainian nation, and I've said it multiple times, a brotherly nation, however strange it may sound in these conditions. We have the same roots, and everything that's happening is a tragedy for us, a terrible wound. Therefore, the country is sincerely interested in putting an end to it. At the same time, we're convinced that in order to make the settlement lasting and long-term, we need to eliminate all the primary roots, the primary causes of that conflict. And we've said it multiple times, to consider all legitimate concerns of Russia and to reinstate a just balance of security in Europe and in the world on the whole. And I agree with President Trump, as he has said today, that naturally the security of Ukraine should be ensured as well. Naturally, we are prepared to work on that. I would like to hope that the agreement that we've reached together will help us bring closer that goal and will pave the path towards peace in Ukraine. We expect that Kiev and European capitals will perceive that constructively and that they won't throw a wrench in the works. They will not make any attempts to use some backroom dealings or to conduct provocations to torpedo the nascent progress. Incidentally, with the new administration came to power, bilateral trade started to grow. It's still very symbolic. Still, we have a growth of 20%. As I said, we have a lot of dimensions for joint work. It is clear that the U.S. and Russian investment and business cooperation has tremendous potential. Russia and the U.S. can offer each other so much in trade, digital, high-tech, and in space exploration. We see that Arctic cooperation is also very possible. And our international context, for example, between the Far East of Russia and the West Coast of the U.S. Overall, it's very important for our countries to turn the page, to go back to cooperation. It is symbolic that not far away from here, the border between Russia and the U.S., there is a so-called international date line. I think you can step over, literally, from yesterday into tomorrow. And I hope that we'll succeed in that. In political sphere, I would like to thank President Trump for our joint work, for the well-wishing and trustworthy tone of our conversation. It's important that both sides are result-oriented, and we see that the President of the U.S. has a very clear idea of what he would like to achieve. He sincerely cares about the prosperity of his nation. Still, he understands that Russia has its own national interests. I expect that today's agreement will be the starting point, not only for the solution of the Ukrainian issue, but also will help us bring back business-like and pragmatic relations between Russia and the U.S. And in the end, I would like to add one more thing. I'd like to remind you that in 2022, during the last contact with the previous administration, I tried to convince my previous American colleague that the situation should not be
после наступления, которые могут наступить тяжелые последствия в виде боевых действий.
И вот
сегодня мы слышим, когда президент Трамп говорит, что если бы я был президентом, то войны бы не было. Я думаю, что так бы на самом деле случилось. Я подтверждаю это, потому что
I think that overall, me and President Trump have built a very good, business-like and trustworthy contact. And I have every reason to believe that moving down this path, we can come, and the sooner the better, to the end of the conflict in Ukraine. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. President. That was very profound, and I will say that I believe we had a very productive meeting. There were many, many points that we agreed on, most of them, I would say, a couple of big ones that we haven't quite gotten there, but we've made some headway. So there's no deal until there's a deal. I will call up NATO in a little while. I will call up the various people that I think are appropriate, and I'll, of course, call up President Zelensky and tell him about today's meeting. It's ultimately up to them. They're going to have to agree with what Marco and Steve and some of the great people from the Trump administration who've come here, Scott and John Radcliffe, thank you very much. But we have some of our really great leaders. They've been doing a phenomenal job. We also have some tremendous Russian business representatives here, and I think, everybody wants to deal with us. We've become the hottest country anywhere in the world in a very short period of time, and we look forward to that. We look forward to dealing. We're going to try and get this over with. We really made some great progress today. I've always had a fantastic relationship with President Putin, with Vladimir. We had many tough meetings, good meetings. We were interfered with by the Russia hoax. It made it a little bit tougher to deal with, but he understood it. I think he's probably seen things like that during the course of his career. He's seen it all, but we had to put up with the Russia hoax. He knew it was a hoax, and I knew it was a hoax, but what was done was very criminal. But it made it harder for us to deal as a country in terms of the business and all of the things that we'd like to have dealt with. But we'll have a good chance when this is over. So just to put it very quickly, I'm going to start making a few phone calls and tell them what happened. But we had an extremely productive meeting, and many points were agreed to. There are just a very few that are left. Some are not that significant. One is probably the most significant, but we have a very good chance of getting there. We didn't get there, but we have a very good chance of getting there. I would like to thank President Putin and his entire team, whose faces, who I know in many cases, other than that, whose faces I get to see all the time in the newspapers. You're almost as famous as the boss, but especially this one right over here. But we had some good meetings over the years, right? Good, productive meetings over the years, and we hope to have that in the future. But let's do the most productive one right now. We're going to stop really 5, 6, 7,000, thousands of people a week from being killed, and President Putin wants to see that as much as I do. So, again, Mr. President, I'd like to thank you very much, and we'll speak to you very soon and probably see you again very soon. Thank you very much, Vladimir.
Next time in Moscow.
Oh, that's an interesting one. I don't know. I'll get a little heat on that one, but I could see it possibly happening. Thank you very much, Vladimir. And thank you all. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Down, please, sir, down. Down, please, thank you, thank you.
Okay, you're moving the floor.
Thank you, thank you, press. Down. Down.
And we are getting your reaction. A short discussion, 2 short statements from Vladimir Putin first and Donald Trump second. No questions taken from the many gathered press pool there in Anchorage, Alaska. And it seems that the two men are on their way and likely to head to their planes and head home. We'll continue to follow developments and take your phone calls. Again, here's how you can join the conversation and let us know what you thought of this meeting. We've got phone lines for Democrats, Republicans, and independents. We'll put those numbers up on the screen for you to call in. We'll also look for your text messages as well. So go ahead and join us via your favorite medium. And we continue to be, as we have all afternoon long, with Jennifer Wistrand, a Russia and Ukraine expert, has analyzed this for years, teaches on the subject at Georgetown University. What's your take, just immediate, from that and the fact that they took no questions from the press?
It's interesting. I mean, it was a very, very short discussion. It's interesting, President Putin spoke first, and I mean, the points I took down, emphasizing neighborliness, right? Wanting to talk about.
And we'll get to that in just a second. We'll make sure that our viewers can hear Jennifer Wistrand. We'll fix your mic in just a second, and we'll take calls from viewers. Here's some of the top line notes from the statement that Donald Trump made, saying there's no deal until there's a deal. Promised to call up the European Union leaders and President Zelensky to inform them about their conversation. Called an extremely productive meeting, though few details were offered about what happened, what made it productive, saying we're going to stop the killing of many thousands of people a week in the war in Ukraine. So those are some of the top line statements from Donald Trump, and we want to hear your thoughts. You watched it alongside us. We've got phone lines for Democrats, Republicans, and independents for you to call in. And we will begin with Marion in Seaside, California. Democrat, Marion, what'd you think?
Well, it was kind of interesting, but it was not fulfilling for me because I feel Trump, he didn't serve the United States. He should have put more out on, California and the United States. He should have said, I am going to protect the United States. I am going to do whatever, But yet, all he did was just pooty up to Putin again.
That's Marion in California. Jennifer Wistrand, now that we can hear you, what was your reaction to that meeting?
Very interesting. First, as you underscored the short length of it, right? I think we were expecting a lengthy discussion between the two leaders, a bit of back and forth, and then questions from the audience members. We saw a large number of people assembled for the discussion. But, the fact, again, notes I took down, the fact that President Putin spoke first. He talked about neighborliness, really underscoring the fact that the U.S. and Russia are not only physically neighbors, but in the past were actual, meaningful neighbors. He talked about building new ties, talked about U.S.-Russia cooperation. Mention of Ukraine seemed secondary here, right? A couple times he would throw in the fact that, and yes, we need to get to some kind of settlement with respect to the conflict over Ukraine. A lot of praise for Trump. And then when President Trump comes up, similarly, praise for President Putin, and then mentioned, he was going to call NATO, he's going to call President Zelensky, he talked about making some phone calls, that there were many points that were met, a few that they still need to meet, but not mentioning to the public anyway in this press conference anything concrete. And then very interesting a point at the end when President Putin says, when President Trump says we're going to meet again, and President Putin says, yes, next time maybe in Moscow.
Russia,
yeah. So that was an interesting. I think a lot of people weren't expecting to hear that. But
12 minutes flat was that meeting.
Very short, right?
I think there was a lot of expectation that they might take some questions from the press.
Exactly. And there's probably reasons for which they're not doing that, right? They don't want to, because they know the questions are going to be asking for very concrete details. So when President Trump made the comments, we agreed on many things, but some we didn't. Obviously, a follow-on question from the press would be, what did you agree on and what did you not agree on?
When he says that we're going to stop the killing of many thousands of people a week, does that mean a ceasefire was agreed to or not?
Right. I know, it begets that question, right? Did they agree to a ceasefire or not? But again, neither of them was willing to make anything. It was very kind of, again, your 30,000 level. Again, Putin emphasizing neighborliness, ties. It seems that the discussion was, one could intuit that the discussion was more about how are we going to reconnect, economically and whatnot between Russia and the U.S. than other things, than again, focusing on Ukraine. But again, it's difficult to extrapolate because so little was communicated.
Do we think we understand now why there wasn't that larger meeting that took place after the 3-on-3, which is what we're expecting? Does that mean that there was more detailed discussions that were supposed to happen in that meeting that may not have happened since they didn't share any of those details?
Yeah, I mean, that could be a takeaway from it, is that the fact that, and I think when the images were being shown earlier, you had the finance minister, the defense minister, the special economic envoy, they were not a party to this 3-on-3 meeting. So the fact that they were not, and as you said, it looks like this is the end, right? That there isn't going to be, a follow-on, a larger 6-on-6 or 8-on-8 meeting. So perhaps there really weren't substantial gains made in this discussion that would merit a larger discussion, or perhaps they just jumped to that larger discussion about economic, cooperation, and the Ukrainian situation was really secondary.
This is Tim's take in Houston, Texas. It's kind of a waste of time. No details given, just vague posturing at a potential deal. Seems like they want people to believe they made more progress than they really did. I hope to hear a mention of a ceasefire, but as they didn't even mention it, I am very disappointed. That's how Tim wraps up his feelings right now. We're asking you to call in, let us know. This is Lupe out of California. Good morning. Go ahead. Or good afternoon, I should say. And good evening if you're on the West Coast. It's still afternoon in California.
12 minutes, huh?
Yeah.
But anyway, no, to me, it was kind of like he was coming on stage, both of them, and they were prompt, and they really didn't know what they were saying. But what I thought was really crazy was it was like when he came out in the White House with Putin, and to me, he prostituted out the White House. When he hugged that flag one time on Trump's side, he smeared our flag. And now they have a red carpet out here for both of them. So as far as I'm concerned, they talked about nothing. They wasted my time waiting for this, and they said nothing. They're a pair of earrings. In Spanish, they say, un par de aretitos. They listen to each other's comments, praises, and everything. So one thing they did forget about this whole meeting, they left God out of the equation. So this meeting went nowhere, absolutely nowhere.
Lupe in California, what are your thoughts about Vladimir Putin speaking first at a summit hosted in the United States by President Trump, who arrived first and was there to greet, but Vladimir Putin gets the first word during the press conference? Isn't that unusual?
It would seem unusual. And again, if we step back and just look at the interactions between the two, or you earlier aired the discussion between President Zelensky, President Trump, Vice President Vance in the White House, and we saw how that went from conciliatory to very aggressive on the part of all parties there, and you certainly didn't see any of that in this. So we know that President Trump is not afraid to allow himself to either be conciliatory or less conciliatory, and so in this case he was very kind of acquiescent to President Putin, allowing him to speak first, allowing him to get all of his points out, not interrupting him in any way. So I think that is telling, suggestive that at least the U.S. side got something out of it that it was looking for. Otherwise, it seems that it would have been a much more contentious discussion, or that it would not have they wouldn't have even had a 12-minute discussion. They would have just aborted that altogether. 12
minutes flat. That's what it was. No questions taken from the press. This is Eugenie in the Keystone State of Pennsylvania, Republican. Good evening.
Good evening. I just would like to say that I was rather happy with the meeting. I know that they didn't have any questions. And also just for the sheer fact of the fact that he let Putin speak, it's being neighborly. He is a guest in our country, basically.
What were you happy about, Eugenie?
because this is the path of negotiations. You just can't sit there and just, you have to negotiate with everything. And Donald Trump our president is a good negotiator, no matter what anybody says. And I think there's a lot of stuff that probably went on behind closed doors that, they didn't want to bring any attention to yet until, things are finally said and done. I agree with the fact that, no, they didn't want to take any questions because then they would have been grilled on something that they're not ready to answer yet.
I tell you who I think is probably getting a lot of questions right now is the White House press secretary and press aides. All the press that was gathered there probably looking for any more details than what was shared. So we'll see if anything more comes out or if anything more is being reported here as we continue to take your calls and simply get your reaction to that 12 minutes. It was about 2 hours and 45 minutes of meeting and 12 minutes of a press conference. This is Ricardo in Florida, Independent. Go ahead.
Hi, this is Ricardo. While the Trump-Putin summit addresses global issues, I think we should also focus on the crisis at home, nursing shortages. We're struggling with understaffing.
And Ricardo, certainly an important issue, but I've got a lot of people waiting to talk about this summit. Do you have any comments on that? Then we go to Christine in Farmington, New Mexico, Republican. Go ahead.
Hi, how are you doing this evening?
Doing well. What were your thoughts on that press conference?
I was really surprised that President Putin spoke first and really for so long. And I was kind of surprised to hear him talk a lot about being a neighbors and whatnot. But I was really shocked that they didn't say anything about their conversation. But I was encouraged to hear that many, many lives will be saved. So that was my main takeaway.
That's Christine in New Mexico. This is David in Vista, California, Democrat. Go ahead.
Hey, I'm David. Hey, I'm a C-SPAN fan.
Appreciate that, David. What'd you think?
It was worth the long wait. I waited with the press corps, fluffing and buffing my own shirt collar. It was amazing that Putin was allowed the audience that he got. I mean, this guy is bombing as we speak. Killing innocent Ukrainians are his job. And I was watching the body language above all else. He plays our president like a pawn. It's so embarrassing, and it's just so consistent. I'm watching them right now on the red carpet, and our boy is glad-handing a fascist murderer, and he's the head of a third-rate economy, and he's the richest man in the world because he's all about oligarchy. Trump's learning from him, and he's learning to keep quiet, and he's learning to be private. This invitation to go into private session and not after my long wait today, not be allowed to hear what of substance could have happened if Volodymyr himself is not invited. This is a setup. It's one bad reality TV stage show, complete with a red carpet, a mini puppeteer from Russia, from his third-rate country, to the bloated, bloviating numbskull from the United States.
David, got your point. That's David in California. You mentioned Volodymyr Zelensky. President Trump did say he expects to call up President Zelensky to talk about what was being discussed and call up European leaders as well. So we would expect, even if there's nothing more forthcoming from the White House, that the heads of the European countries, Volodymyr Zelensky certainly has been not shy about tweeting out what his thoughts about this meeting today. So we're probably going to learn more details pretty soon here, correct?
I would assume so. I would assume there needs to be something further that's disseminated. Yeah, I mean, Trump was very clear. Some of the very concrete comments he did make, where he said he was going to call NATO, he said he was going to call Zelensky. That would be consistent with what he mentioned in the lead up to the summit, was that he anticipated this would be a preliminary discussion that would lead to a follow-on discussion with himself, President Putin, President Zelensky, and he said, and possibly some European leaders. So hopefully that is what indeed was being intimated by mentioning those phone calls, that there's going to be a follow-on meeting. Again, one of the callers mentioned, he stated too, that a lot of lives are going to be saved. So hopefully that's suggesting that a ceasefire is going to be imminent. But beyond that, again, it was, as again, a couple of the callers have pointed out, very abstract language.
And the second meeting, there was that moment at the end where President Putin suggested that the second meeting would be in Moscow, and President Trump calling that idea interesting. The quote he said was, "I would get a little heat on that," and it's Congresswoman Maggie Goodlander quoting that on her social media page, saying, "You think?" Maggie Goodlander, a Democrat from the state of New Hampshire, the 2nd Congressional District of New Hampshire. This is Tom out of Pennsylvania, Republican. Go ahead.
Hi, thanks for having me.